beautiful view, Evergreen Lake, and from the mountains we make our way downtown. Gorgeous night, warm in lower downtown Denver, as the Rockies welcome in Chipper Jones and the Atlanta Braves for a three-game set. Hi once again, everybody, with my partner Jeff Houston. I'm Drew Goodman. The Rockies had Thursday off, and they enjoyed Wednesday quite a bit. They won 8-5 on the three-run home run walk-off style by Jason Giambi. So Atlanta comes to town. They're 15-11. They had the colossal collapse last September. Forget all that. This is still a very, very good baseball
team. Well, they're
team.
just a model of consistency each and every year, and this year they're doing it with more offense than they typically do with the pitching staff. Even you take out the numbers of a Jair Jurgens and a Mike Minor, those guys have what has caused the ERA to rise. But this club still revolves around one Larry Chipper Jones. I mean, he is the guy, and this is his last year, so it's quite an honor for the Rockies fans and the players to get a look at Chipper one last time. And he is a guy now that is still, after playing in just 16 ball games, is tied for second on the team with 4 home runs. He also has a bunch of RBIs there. So you look at Chipper, he is the guy still.
He's still the guy. Wednesday, he was the guy like Giambi at 40. He hit a walk-off home run. The 11th time in his grand career he has hit a walk-off home run. 458 home runs, closing in on 1,600 RBIs. That's just how good Larry Chipper Jones has been. We'll talk rotation when we return. Rockies in Atlanta coming up in a few. This is seen just a couple of moments ago. Todd Helton and Chipper Jones, 2 future Hall of Famers. Dick Monfort. And with this being the last time in Denver for Chipper Jones, the Rockies gave him a GoPro camera, and he acknowledged the crowd. He's getting a lot of that, as this will be a tour around the big leagues for Chipper in his final season. He has been fantastic. more about him as the game unfolds. The Rockies have made a couple of moves. Yuli Chassin, as you read about a couple of days ago, is optioned down at AAA to try to work some things out. Just 3 wins in his last 21 starts. The Rockies need Chassin to be good. Carlos Torres, who was in Japan last year, Jeff brought up.
Well, and he provides some insurance for Jim Tracy, because you look at what Chassin did or did not do, as you mentioned, only 3 wins in his last 21 starts, and that's certainly not good. Much like what the Atlanta Braves did with Jair Jurgens. Let him go down to AAA, clear his head, work on anything that he needs to work on, whether it's fastball command or better depth on the slide or whatever, but in a less stressful environment where he can get back to pitching, because you do need that. And so because of that, you'll get Moscoso tonight. Of course, Jamie Moyer, Nicasio, Drew Pomeranz. The big question mark is, if we moved out forward, is who would start Tuesday, because Guthrie is still going to have to be able to throw tomorrow to some hitters to see how he feels, and maybe that's where Torres might slide into that spot, because he has been stretched out down in AAA.
Yeah, Jim Tracy stressed that the fact that Torres has been starting down there. He did not want to bring up a guy that's just used to getting 3, maybe 4 outs. He wanted a guy with length, and maybe the eye was on Tuesday, because Jeremy Guthrie is still a question mark whether he can make that start on Tuesday. We are ready to go on a beautiful Friday night in Lodo. The Rockies, the Atlanta Braves. Come on back to 20th and Blake with us. Colorado Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by your neighborhood Toyota stores. Toyota moving forward. By CenturyLink, fast speed and a low monthly price. Visit CenturyLink.com. By Rockies Autos, Colorado's #1 volume dealer. And by Southwest Airlines, find our fares online only at Southwest.com. More beautiful shots of Evergreen Lake. I couldn't believe it. Got out of the car and the thermometer this afternoon said 93 degrees. Is that what you had in your vehicle?
I had 92, but I'll take it either one.
That is really warm any time of year, especially May 4th. Guillermo Moscoso, second start in a Rockies uniform with the Oakland Athletics last year and pitched very well for the A's. He'll need to pitch well tonight. This is a formidable lineup. And at the top of the lineup, Michael Bourne, who's one of the top leadoff hitters in the National League, hitting at .321 in the early going. Here's the rest of the Southwest batting order for Freddie Gonzalez. Chipper Jones will bat second, an unusual spot for him. Normally it's Martin Prado. He's being given the day off. Freddie Freeman, Brian McCann 3 and 4. Dan Uggla 30-plus home runs 5 times in his career, 36 a year ago. Jason Hayward in his junior year now in the big leagues, rebounding from a tough sophomore year. Eric Hinsky, jumping Jack Wilson, and the sinker baller Tim Hudson. Guillermo Moscoso is not a sinker baller. Ball's in the air quite a bit against Moscoso. He needs those balls to be miss-hit fly balls today, Jeff.
Yeah, going against this lineup. And part of the problem with his last start against the Mets was the 2-out hits. He allowed 4 2-out runs in his last start. It wasn't the problem of getting ahead, but finishing them off. And I know that's something that he's worked on, but in those 36 games, none of the starts have been against the Atlanta Braves. So this will be the first time that they've had a look at him and see how it goes for Guillermo. But he does need to keep the ball down and keep it in the ballpark.
Well, look at the difference. What a contrast today's matchup. The Rockies have always endeavored to have sinker ball pitchers because of the obvious, playing at altitude. Hudson's that guy. Moscoso doesn't generally fit what the Rockies have gone after.
No, and because of this ballpark and the way the ball flies, and you think back to last year when he was with Oakland, his numbers were very good in the second half, but that is a bigger ballpark, tougher to hit the ball out. But to be successful here at altitude in this part, you need to be able to keep it down at the knees and work and use the defense that you have out there.
So we are ready to go on a perfect night for any outdoor activity. Michael Bourne about to step in. The Braves lost to the Phillies yesterday 4-0. They were shut out by Joe Blanton on just 3 hits. But despite that, since April the 10th, they have the best record in baseball at 15-7, covering 22 ball games. Here's the first pitch of the ball game, and it's outside at 91 ball 1.
Well, a lot of it has to do with this guy at the plate, Michael Bourne.
I thought that was a great pickup by Frank Wren right before the trade deadline last year from Houston. Houston unloading all of their players that that either made some money, with the exception of Wandy Rodriguez. Of course, Hunter Pence went to the Phillies. Michael Bourne to Atlanta.
And that's
the first 3 pitches are out of the strike zone, 3-0.
And that's really what they were lacking, was a true leadoff hitter. And Michael Bourne fits that because of the bunts and the speed.
That's in there at the knee, strike 1. Tim McClellan, who recently celebrated his 4,000th game behind home plate. You can't miss Tim. He's 6'7". This is in the air, down the left field line and out of play. McClellan's joined by Ted Barrett at first, Brian Runge at second, Marvin Hudson at third. This is a group that's been around for a while.
McClellan was behind the plate for the George Brett pine tar incident.
Yeah. George played in that game. 3-2 on Michael Bourne, just underway. 86 degrees our game time temperature. It's still warm. And that's not close. Not the guy you want to walk. Last year, 61 stolen bases led the big leagues. Make them earn their way on. Here's the Rockies defensively. Carr goes in left. Dexter Fowler in center. Michael Kadire is in right. Johnny Herrera getting the start at third. Troy Tulowitzki naturally is at short. Marco Scudero, Todd Helton right side, and Ramon Hernandez catching Moscoso. And now a lot of pressure on Moscoso to get the baseball quickly to the plate, with Chipper Jones up there.
And the thing with Chipper being the switch hitter, this time he's hitting left-handed, so it blocks the catcher's view even more. So you have to rely on your first baseman or your middle infielders to yell if he is going.
Chipper held up, but it's a strike. 0-1. Oh, 2.
Dandy.
This is Chipper Jones on Wednesday in the 11th inning. What, you need a big hit? No problem, I got you. That ended a 15-13 affair. Tell you a little bit more about that in a moment. This ball is in the air to left field. Cargo near the wall. Has no play. Talking to Vinny Castillo, who came up a little bit ahead of Chipper in the Atlanta Braves organization and played on with two different stints with the Braves and two different stints obviously with the Rockies. Vinny told us before the ball game, he said Chipper, and he loves Chipper. Everybody in the game loves Chipper, but said he is the best clutch hitter I've ever seen.
Well, what's interesting, right before that home run, he had hooked a home run foul.
Yep.
And then a pitch or two later, he takes it out to right center.
Bourne takes off inside. Hernandez didn't get it.
Big jump from Michael Bourne.
That's his 8th stolen base in 12 attempts.
Longer delivery time to the plate for Guillermo, even though it was not a high leg kick. But Bourne's speed just outruns the baseball. Goes directly into the bag. Doesn't try to go to the backside or slide by or reach back with the hand.
That was interesting that he didn't try to go to the back corner. 2-2 on Jones.
When you have a good jump, you know as a base runner, I've got this. So there's no use trying to trick him. I'm going to go directly towards the bag the quickest way I can get there.
Three and two now on Chipper Jones. Chipper hitting in the 2-hole for the first time this year, just the 20th time in his career. I had to look twice when I looked at the lineup.
Yeah, I thought it was a misprint too, because we're used to seeing Chipper hit in the number 3 spot, sometimes in the number 4. But this makes this lineup so much more difficult when you can hit Chipper Jones second.
This is a deep lineup. And he got him on a change-up away. Gutty pitch. And Moscoso strikes out Chipper Jones.
Well, he had to. The curveballs were not working. He had thrown 2 to Chipper, and he sinks the changeup at 81 miles an hour away. Good look from the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. The grip of it and turning the wrist over to pronate it to get the action going away from the left-handed hitter.
Here is Freddie Freeman. Freeman comes in at 284 home runs, 19 driven in. He's in his 2nd full season. Bourne off the bag at 2nd. Well, Freddie Freeman absolutely killed the Rockies last year. I mean, he hit a home run every other at bat against Colorado, it seemed like a year ago.
At .438 average, 6 home runs, 11 RBIs in only 8 ball games. I mean, that's right along of a James Loney, Miguel Montero, and you don't see him as much.
That's a lot of damage in a short amount of time. This is in the air to right. Long run for Kadire, and he'll make the catch. Bourne tags and goes to 3rd.
Off the bat, that ball seemed like it was going further, but tiny bit of cut on the baseball.
Chance to get out of it. There are 2 outs. With Bourne at 3rd. Brian McCann coming up. Here's what he did Wednesday. Bases loaded. Roy Halladay on the mound. And he took him deep. He's always crushed the baseball with the bases loaded. Better than .350 in his career. That's the 8th grand slam that he's had. But the reason they're working on him, he and Michael Bourne, as they're giving each other high flies, did a Clifford Normie from Cheers. And he got a finger in the eye.
I had to go to the doctor the next day to have it checked out.
That's a strike on Brian.
Checked out fine. This might be a first. High five, but it goes right in the eye.
Yeah, look, oh. Ooh. One strike on McCann. And that's in there, 0-2. I asked Brian in the clubhouse today, I said, are you all right? He said, I am. Though when it happened, I thought it was going to be a little more significant than it was.
Remember 2 years ago, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, he had problems with his eye?
I do, vaguely,
yeah.
Yes.
So maybe that's also what triggered that emotion.
Strike 3. Yep, he got him. You always have to wait a little bit with Tim McClellan. Great job of pitching by Moscoso. He walks a dangerous leadoff man in Bourne. He steals 2nd, but Moscoso Strands him at third. Fanning McCann. The Rockies bats, and it'll begin with Marco Scutaro. It generally does this year for the Rockies. Here's the Southwest batting order for Jim Tracy tonight. Johnny Herrera will bat in the coveted 2 spot. Then Cargo, he's rather hot. Hot as any hitter in baseball, in fact. Troy Tulowitzki, Todd Helton 4 and 5. Cadairo bats 6. Ramon Hernandez. Dexter Fowler's had a lot of success against his hometown Braves. And Guillermo Moscoso. Tim Hudson's on the hill. He's won 182 ball games in his career. It's just his second start of the year because Huey, he's coming off back surgery in November.
Yeah, herniated disc, and that caused him to then have to start the year slower during spring training. Made the rehab starts. Those 182 wins. That trails only Jamie Moyer and Roy Halladay. Moyer with his 268, Halladay with 191, Hudson next with 182.
Pretty consistent guy, Tim Hudson, in his career. And this is on the ground to short. Jack Wilson's got it. Wilson getting the start for Tyler Pasternicki. Wilson's got a little more advanced glove. That's always been his calling card. Here's the rest of Freddie Gonzalez's team out in the field. Hinsky's in left, Michael Bourne in center, Jason Hayward in right. Chipper and Jack Wilson on the left side, Dan Ugla and Freddie Freeman right side. Freeman's got a good glove. Brian McCann's behind the plate. 1 out. Here's Johnny. And that's down the right field line past Freddie Freeman. Hayward will get the baseball back in, but it'll be an easy double for Johnny Herrera. With Dad in the seats, Johnny's got the Rockies with a runner in scoring position, 1 out in the top of the bottom of the first.
Yeah, second double on the season for Jonathan Herrera, and not many times does he go to the plate in his very first at bat and swing at the first pitch, and that might have caught Freddie Freeman, the first baseman, off guard. And he pulled it down the line, and easy double.
And now Carlos Gonzalez, Rockies leading the league with 47 doubles. Cargo last 9 games hitting .438 with 7 home runs. Way inside. Cargo has to go to the turf. Well, this is the entire homestand. 6 games, .478, 5 jacks. He's hit 3 home runs his last 2 games. 1 off Ted Lilly, 2 off Clayton Kershaw. Is that any good?
That's great. That's a great sign for Carlos Gonzalez and the Rockies, because we know that he typically starts slow off left-handers. But once he starts hitting them, then he hits everybody.
Yeah, and Hudson hasn't come within 2 feet of throwing him a strike so far.
Well, they got the scouting report too. They go over those things prior to every ball game, and Tim Hudson, being the veteran pitcher that he is.
As great and as dangerous a player as Tulowitzki is, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't get a strike at all. Try to get the create the force at 3 spots. Well, he throws him one there. With that great sinker, go right on right. Even though it's early in the ball game, as hot as Cargo is.
Well, and Tim Hudson's a veteran pitcher, so he understands that too. If he's gonna get Carlos out, he's gonna try to nibble, get on a corner, 3 or 4 inches off the plate, make him chase.
He went slider in, 2-2. One of the nicest guys in the game of baseball, Freddie Gonzalez, born in Havana, Cuba. Carlos Tosca is his bench coach. Roger McDowell, pitching coach. Greg Walker, assisted by Scott Fletcher, was with the Rockies organization recently. First base is Terry Pendleton. He's been with them forever. Brian Snitker's at third. Eddie Perez, happy birthday, Eddie.
Birthday boy.
Yeah, he's
43.
43, absolutely.
Youngster.
3-2 on Cargo. Herrera at second base.
And this is where Carlos has to be mindful of what Tim Hudson's going to do. And by that meaning that more than likely you're going to guess something off speed, whether it's a hard slider, might be a split finger, change up. Just a hard, that was a hard sinker. But the movement on it was so tough.
Almost that split movement, didn't it?
Yeah. Looked right out of the hands, and it was just a 2-seam fastball. But he threw it so hard in the late dive on it.
Bourne kind of shallow in center, and he's shaded to left center. Ball 4. So Cargo draws the walk. Hudson pretty careful with number 5, and now Tulowitzki a chance to do early damage. 2 on and 1 out. Troy is hitting 11 of his last 12. 308 average during that dozen games. Couple home runs, 7 RBIs. Be a great weekend series. I know there's a possibility of a sellout on Sunday.
Weather's beautiful. Two exciting teams.
Well, 2 of the better lineups from an offensive standpoint in the National League. We've seen already what the Rockies can do 1 through 8. Braves have depth as well. Ball 1. Troy 4 for 12 lifetime against Hudson. Hudson 0-2 with a 7.77 ERA at Coors Field.
And winless in those 4 starts.
2-0, and you have Helton on deck, and he's the last guy he wants to see. That's the last guy he wants to see. Todd 10 for 15 lifetime against Tim Hudson. Here are the numbers we spoke of. Johnny at doubles at second. Cargo just walked. Two and 1.
First cutter tonight from Tim Hudson.
Hudson, a great athlete on the mound. He moves very well. That's off the plate. It's 3-1. Tulo being very selective.
This is the situations you like to be in a hitter. You're up in the count 3-1. You know Todd Helton's hitting behind you. You know the numbers Helton against Tim Hudson. You referenced it. The players know it. That's where you just have to be selective and zone in on him.
Runners going, and it's chopped foul. I like that ploy by Jim Tracy.
Stay out of the double play.
Yep.
And most times when managers do it 3-1, they'll do it 3-2. But you have to, as a base runner, especially Jonathan at second, make sure he goes home. Don't get surprised by maybe an inside move.
Here it is. 2 looks, and then he lifted the leg and went behind the rubber, i.e. the inside move.
Yeah, but you're not thinking about trying to steal a base per se. You're more starting running because the guy's going to put the ball in play at the plate.
They're off again, down low, ball 4. The throw went to third. It does not matter. Bases are loaded for Todd Helton. Early pressure on the 36-year-old Tim Hudson. Well, Todd has some great numbers against a lot of individuals, a lot of outstanding pitchers, but his numbers are ridiculously good against Tim Hudson. It's the highest average against any pitcher he's faced at least 15 times. So here we go, 1 out, bases loaded. Look at the list of guys in Todd's own. Bobby J. Jones. Bobby J. Jones was lefty, wasn't he? Or is he the right?
I get it mixed up.
Yeah, I know. Esteban Loaiza, he had 600. The late Jose Lima and Trevor Hoffman. Not just any old pitchers. This ball pulled toward the hole, base hit. 1 run is scored. Here comes Cargo. He'll score easily. And Tulowitzki goes first to third. Todd Helton makes it 11 for 16 against Tim Hudson. 2-0 Colorado.
And now think back to those walks to Carlos Gonzalez and Troy Tulowitzki. The patience of those guys to allow Todd to be in a situation with the bases loaded, owning the pitcher on the hill. Sinker away, but it was belt high away. Pulled it, got the top hand on top of it. Crowd's excited because they know that it was 2-run shot.
Helton's got 19 ribbies now. Here's Kadire. Dyer 2 for 7 lifetime against Hudson. One ball and 1 strike.
I'm looking back out at center field again with Michael Bourne. He just might feel like, I'm going to try to take the blue pits away because he's playing very shallow.
It's somewhat of a singular Mets strategy. The Mets had all their outfielders in. This ball is a base hit to center field, and Bourne has to run a little bit to go get it. Tulowitzki scores easily. Here's Todd trying to go first to third. He will. Michael Kadire makes it 3-0.
Clutch hitting, aggressive base running. It's all a great recipe for the first half inning here for the Colorado Rockies. That was a hanger. It was a cut hang fastball, 86 miles an hour. Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo shows the extension of Michael Kadire. And Michael Bourne over in the right center field gap has to go a long ways to get that. Even though it's on his throwing side, Todd read that perfectly and aggressively gets into scoring position again. Just like Troy did a moment ago when Todd got the base hit. He went first to third. Now Todd does the same thing, and it puts the pressure back on the pitcher, and it should ease the mind of a hitter. I just have to hit the ball in the air, get a sac fly, get another RBI.
Ramon Hernandez at the plate. That's in, ball one. So Helt has 19 RBIs now, and you know he's not playing every day. He's playing the majority of the time. The 19 RBIs is tied with Freddie Freeman for 6th in the National League. Carr goes 4th. Andre Ethier leads with 27, then Kemp with 25. 1-1. David Freese next with 24. Well, folks, you'll like this because the Rockies are only 4 away from tacos. Who wants tacos? Remember, if the Rockies score 7 or more runs during any game, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day. Please do it between 4 and 6 and get your Rockies taco special. Feed your Rockies fever only at Taco Bell. Kadire is hung up, and he's going to get back. And Helton will get back to third. No harm done. Well, describe that from a middle infield perspective.
Well, actually, it was played right both ways, because Kadire was guessing that Hudson was just going to the plate, and he got the old third to first. But as a second baseman, Dan Ugla, your first responsibility, especially trailing in the ball game 3-0, I don't want that run to score from third. So you glance to that guy first and then go back to the base runner. Worst case scenario, you end up again, or best case, either way, it's first and third again, and right where you started.
You know, Kadire's an occasional runner at first. Jim Tracy would love, naturally, to get him to second, not only to put him in scoring position, but more importantly, to stay out of the possibility with 1 out of a double play.
Well, especially with Ramon hitting.
There goes Kadire, and it's a bouncer to third, and Helton will get back. Chipper has 1 play, and it's first. The Rockies are doing a nice job on the base pass, and now you'll have a situation where Dexter will come up with runners at second and third, and first base open. So if Hudson passes on him and goes to Moscoso, the worst you do is you flip the lineup in the first inning against Hudson.
Yeah, and this was the right decision from Todd Helton, because if he takes off, he's a dead duck at home. Chipper Jones checks him, notices he's going back to third, goes to first to get the out. But too many times you don't give the base runner the option. You just say, we're running on contact.
Let's see how this one plays out, Huey, because Dexter is 3 for 5 against Hudson.
And if it goes to 2-0, you might see the 4 fingers just put him on. We'll worry about Moscoso, who's been in the American League a lot.
This is a little looper that's going to drop. It's going to score 2 runs. They pitch to Fowler and they get burned. Dexter makes it 5-0. Nothing like a crooked number at the bottom of the first. You got to love it.
We've seen everything almost in this bottom of the first inning. We've seen clutch hits. We've seen aggressive base running. And another hit from Dexter Fowler hitting out of the 8th spot in the lineup. A sinking fastball that stayed up. Might even cracked his bat on it, but it doesn't matter. You drop it in there, and you wonder now if Freddie Gonzalez is kicking himself for pitching to Dexter Fowler and not loading the bases to pitch to Moscoso. Trying to sneak one by.
And sometimes managers, when you have a 36-year-old out there with 182 career victories, who's always had impeccable command, they'll defer to that guy to say, all right, we'll allow you to try to get him out. Whereas if you have a younger pitcher, put him on. 4 pitches, put him on. We're already down 3-0. We're not going to mess around.
Yeah, but this is only his 2nd start this year, coming off the back surgery, and the rehab starts in the minor leagues. If he would have gone through this inning where he was hitting his spots, his pitches were working, the sinker was diving, I would say okay. But that really hasn't been the case this inning.
Well, it's definitely one of those managerial decisions that, from an Atlanta standpoint, can be second guessed. Moscoso strikes out. The Rockies bat around in the first against Tim Hudson. They put up a 5-spot.
For the Colorado Rockies after one inning play here at Coors Field. That's what I call a fun Friday to begin. Well, it's also a Fan Friday, and we're asking you, the fans, to send us your questions via Twitter. You can find me at RootSports_JC. We'll take your questions all throughout the game, and we'll ask them up to Drew and Jeff in the booth, and I'll try and get you some myself. We're going to start with a question from Facebook. You can also find me on my Facebook fan page. It's from Zach Slusher, who's a big Rockies fan. He asked who got recalled for Chacín and who's taking his spot in the rotation. So just a reminder, Jhoulys Chacín got sent down to AAA to work on some of his mechanics. And so the Rockies purchased the contract of Carlos Torres. Now, he's been a starter for the AAA Colorado Springs team. Jim Tracy said he brought him up as part of the bullpen so he can provide length, hopefully be an innings eater. So I'm going to throw it back to you, Drew and Jeff, with the second part of that question. When you look at the starting rotation, who do you think will eventually take his spot? Is they're going to skip his start in the rotation this week after the off day yesterday?
There's Carlos Torres, and Carlos Torres, I think, is up to work out of the bullpen. If it's a situation where he has to start on Tuesday, Rockies have a shift on, by the way. We got for Dan Uggla. You never see a left side shift, but they have 3 infielders on the left side for the normally the guy who normally pulls, and that's Dan Uggla.
We'll see it for the lefty, Giambi, Tomey.
You almost never see it this way.
Ryan Howard, no.
2-0. 3-0. This is how last inning started for Moscoso. To finish the thought, when Chacín's number comes up again, the Rockies will have to look to Colorado Springs again, in all likelihood.
Well, some of it might depend on how Moscoso does tonight if Jeremy Guthrie is able to make his start on Tuesday.
True.
So a lot more will be determined after Jeremy throws tomorrow to live hitters.
Ball 4. Boy, that's again not what you want to do. Here comes Tulowitzki. Up 5 runs, and you walk the leadoff guy. They walked Michael Bourne last inning. They didn't get burned. You have Moyer, Nicasio, and Pomerantz, and as Jeff said, a lot of it hinges on what Moscoso did. He did not pitch well in his first outing. And then how quickly can Jeremy Guthrie come back? In the air to center field. Dexter's got a beat on it. And that retires Jason Hayward on 1 pitch. Coming up in the 6th inning, we do it every 6th inning. Toyota Talk. Text your questions, your thoughts to Toyota 720-720. Toyota, followed by 720-720. Plus, you learn how to win a $500 gas card. Eric Hinsky at the plate.
A lot of the buzz around the ballpark and people I talked to the last 24 hours is Mariano Rivera. Should he have been shagging? Should, you know, is he going to be able to come back? What's it going to do to the Yankees?
First of all, to your initial question, and I know what you think of this, of course it should be shagged.
Yes.
You shag every single day.
It's called power shagging. Whenever we talk about that, it means instead of having to run pole to poles or sprints, that's when they get their cardio work in, is during batting practice. They're not crashing into walls. He's just running to catch fly balls that are hit off the bat.
To me, that's as silly as the people questioning Tom Thibodeau whether Derrick Rose should have been in that ball game. There was still about a 10 or 11 point game, as this is a line drive base hit to Kadire. Stopping at second is Ugla, so Hinsky's aboard. There was a minute and a half left. Chicago was in good place, but it could have happened at any point in time. It's the playoffs.
Yeah, and you can't put these athletes in bubble wrap.
Nope.
Not going to happen. But I did read this afternoon.
A shame.
Yeah, I feel bad for. I'm not sure Mariano has an enemy anywhere, let alone in baseball for sure. Everybody likes him and they hope he comes back. But he was saying today that he plans on trying to rehab it and make a comeback. So he just stepped awkwardly. It didn't run into the wall, didn't do anything. It's just unfortunate.
Yeah, and the people who brought that up, in fairness, probably don't realize that pitchers do that every single day, in every ballpark.
Now, I will say this, Freddie Gonzalez 2 or 3 days ago, we've seen it before where the pitchers will come out and they'll play Frisbee football or whatever you want to call it. He did take that away because he didn't want to have to answer a question. How did he get hurt playing Frisbee catch or whatever they call it?
2-0, swung on and missed. Big swing from Jack Wilson.
But just saying you can't have pitchers shag during batting practice is wrong.
Well, you said it best. You can't wrap athletes up in bubble wrap.
The only time you basically see the light of day is when you go out and compete.
Yeah, that won't work. 2-1 on Jack Wilson, hitting out of the 8th spot. 2 on, 1 out. 3-1. Rockies with a season high 5 runs in the first inning.
And this is the last thing Guillermo wanted. You get that lead, have a quick next half inning to get that offense the confidence, make Tim Hudson go right back out onto the hill.
Out of play on the right side. I keep going back to last year. One of the reasons the Rockies, when they traded Seth Smith to Billy Beane's Oakland Athletics, they got Josh Outman, who's progressing quickly, by the way, in the minor leagues, coming off that oblique strain. He was throwing 95 to 97 in a minor league game yesterday in Tulsa. They liked Moscoso because the American League, hit just 220 against him last year.
Yeah, right-handers were just 213 off of Moscoso.
On the ground to third. There's one, and on the first, not in time. Nice job by Johnny Herrera getting the lead runner. Scudero sharing a laugh with Eric Hinsky. It's a big man bearing down on you.
Good thing Eric doesn't have the speed that he had early in his career.
Former American League Rookie of the Year, Eric Hinsky, with Toronto.
Original draft pick of the Chicago Cubs. With this play we're talking about, you get the ball from the third baseman on a perfect spot on the backside of the bag. That's where you want it to, because you know that runner's coming into you, but all his momentum is stopped once he hits the bag.
Tim Hudson at the plate. Can't just groove 3 fastballs against Hudson. Can swing it a little bit. Hit a home run, in fact, last year. A couple of home runs in his career. Led the Braves staff with 16 wins a year ago. 2-0. 17 wins 2 seasons ago for Atlanta. Speaking of former A's,
yeah,
of course, Tim starred with the A's before going to Atlanta.
Well, part of that big 3 for the A's for a while. Mark Mulder, of course, Tim Hudson, and Barry Zito. Hey, great days coming up, folks. It's May 28th, the 1 o'clock game. It's Military Appreciation Day. Active military and veterans receive complimentary tickets, and discounts are available for families and friends. Call 303 Rockies for more information. But do come out and celebrate Military Appreciation Day. All branches of the military. What a wonderful chance to thank them all.
You don't often see conferences, pitching coach and pitcher with the opposing pitcher at the plate, but it's 2-0 on Hudson. Moscoso struggling with his command.
And get back to keeping the left front shoulder closed. The 2 balls to Hudson, he had flown out, the ball had been left up.
That catches the knees. In Moscoso's first start against the Mets, he gave up 6 runs in 5 innings, but it wasn't the walks that hurt him. He gave up 9 hits. He struck out 5. He walked just 1. Yeah, he was ahead of most hitters.
Yeah, but a lot of 2 strike hits. 4 runs with 2 outs.
Strike 3. Again, you got to wait with Tim McClellan.
Tim got you.
He got me, which won't be the last time tonight. So Moscoso comes back, strikes out Hudson. 5-0 as we go to the bottom of the second. Tune in tomorrow for a special Rockies broadcast celebrating youth baseball in America. We sent the Root Sports cameras out and captured tons of Little Leaguers playing ball, and we'll hear from some of the Rockies players on their favorite Little League memories. Celebrating youth baseball in America tomorrow, starting at 5:30, only on Root Sports. Rockies got a season-best 5 in the first inning on 4 hits, and they hit around, so Marco Scutaro will face Tim Hudson again. He bounced to short. First time Scutaro, a veteran, has ever faced the veteran Tim Hudson. Both are 36, but they never seen each other before, never crossed paths.
Well, Marco's average climbing up. It's at 272 now.
Well, he's hit 400 on the homestand, 10 for 25, scored 7 runs. Two balls and a strike on Scutaro. In fact, he's hit 14 of his last 15, and Chipper will have to throw it across the diamond to Freddie Freeman for the out. Hudson beat the Pirates in his first outing of the year, and they were careful with him. He went 5 innings, and I imagine he won't have a real deep pitch count tonight, even if he straightens his out.
Yeah, I mean, last time he threw 96 pitches, but talking to some Braves people, they're thinking maybe 100, 105 tops, because you don't want to rush this guy. And also remember back in 2008, he had Tommy John surgery. Not that that's going to affect him anymore, but just make sure you don't mix too much too soon.
He threw close to 30 pitches in the first inning. Johnny Herrera got the rally started with a double down the right field line.
Now on the first pitch he saw from Hudson. First pitch, fastball that missed its location. It was supposed to be away, came in. Jonathan pulled it to right.
Now Chris Nelson's battled a sore wrist a little bit, and when Jim Tracy's called upon one of his favorites, Johnny Herrera, he's responded. So Johnny has actually started 6 of his last 8 of the last 8 ball games.
Well, he's in a good place offensively right now. And the way the lineup is construed, you remember tomorrow there's a left-hander going, so Chris will be back in the lineup tomorrow the way he hits left-handers. But Jonathan fits so comfortably in the second spot. You slide Dexter to the 8th spot, and the lineup is, worked out well in the first.
Second strikeout for Hudson, and that'll bring up Carlos Gonzalez. He walked and scored last inning. Double by Herrera, Cargo walked, Tulo walked, and then Todd Helton with a 2-run single. Kadire had a run-scoring single, and Dexter Fowler a 2-run single to right center. Cargo brings a 9-game hitting streak against the Braves into tonight's affair. Time for the Coors Light Cold Hard Blast. Wednesday against Clayton Kershaw. Cargo got him early to tie the game at 1 to deep center field, and then he gave the Rockies a lead with a 2-run home run later on. Tim Hudson a much better second inning. He gets the Rockies in order. We'll go to the third. Colorado 5, the Braves nothing. thing as we go to the third inning. Michael Bourne will lead it off, top of the order for Atlanta against Guillermo Moscoso. Hear from our own Cowboy every week by visiting the Write-Up Cowboy section of the Root Sports website. Hall of Famer Tracy Ringlesby will bring you Rockies game notes and interesting insights into the team and its players. You can check out his game notes on this series at RockyMountain.rootsports.com. One of the better bunters in baseball, Michael Bourne. Another way he can utilize his speed. Johnny Herrera is shortened up at third. Pitch misses. Ball one.
Yeah, since 2008, Michael Bourne, 54 bunt base hits. And he'll bunt with one strike. It's not like it has to be a 1-0, 0-0. Even if he has a strike, he's not afraid to drop one down.
Now this is the time of day it's difficult on first baseman.
Put your glove up and hope it goes in.
Two and two on Bourne. Michael, a product of the University of Houston, in his hometown of Houston. And a line drive toward Cargo. He's right there. He'll glove it. One out.
That's the advanced scouting.
Chipper's coming up as we ask our AT&T trivia question. 5 switch hitters have a lifetime average of 300 or better. How many can you name? You have to have had at least 3,000 career plate appearances. Former first pick in the entire draft. And this is a base hit up the middle for Chipper Jones.
The big question in that draft with Chipper Jones is, was it going to be Chipper or Todd Van Poppel for the Atlanta Braves? And they took Chipper Jones, and what a career he's had, all playing for the same organization. Well, right up the middle.
Well, 18 years with the Braves and so much, not only individual success, but so many great years with the Braves when they won division titles. Mariano 17 with the Yankees along with Jeter. Todd's on his 15th campaign with the Rockies.
You just don't see that much anymore. We thought Albert Pujols was going to be a Cardinal forever.
Freddie Freeman, 1-1 count. Freeman hit a fly ball off the end of the bat to Michael Kadire. He will go the other way quite a bit. In fact, the Rockies shade him that way.
Oh, we saw him take a couple home runs out to left center field last year.
No swing, says Marvin Hudson.
And the reason he could take those balls out there is because he's a very tall, big kid. Long extension, get the leverage going. You can tie him up inside.
He's just 22, but that's a common theme for the Braves. Most nights, Tyler Pasternicki's playing shortstop, and they have 3 22-year-olds in their everyday lineup. Freeman didn't miss this one. He does it again against the Rockies. 7th career home run against Colorado, and Atlanta is on the board. It's 5-2.
They didn't get tied up on that one. He got full extension. We'll try to see where they were trying to go inside, but inside and up. Belt high. doubt about that ball.
And McCann lines one to left. Cargo coming on, sliding grab. Well done. Well, there's Greg Walker. And Greg Walker was good offensive player with the Chicago White Sox for a long time. And we were chatting, Huey, before the ball game, and he told us that Freddie Freeman may be the most advanced young power hitter he's ever seen.
And power usually develops late, so that's quite a compliment for Walker, who's been around this game for as long as he has and been with a lot of great hitters.
And the good thing about him is that he doesn't look at himself as a power hitter. He looks at himself first as a hitter.
And that will help him in the long run, because then he doesn't fall into those patterns where it's boom or bust.
Ground ball to third, and Herrera throws out Dan Uggla. In the inning, a base hit by Chipper, and Freddie Freeman reached the seats in right. Rockies up 5-2, middle of 3. Tulo will lead off.
Rockies up 5-2 over the Braves as we head to the bottom of the third. And it's a beautiful night here at Coors Field. It's also a fun night because it is Fan Friday. That's right. You, the fans at home, can ask your questions via Twitter at @RootSports_Jenny Cavanaugh. I'm going to go to the phone. The next one on Facebook. This one's coming from Steve in Lodo, and he asks, where are the rest of the big three compared to Tim Hudson now in 2012? Of course, he's referring to the big three that Jeff Houston alluded to earlier from the Oakland A's during the Moneyball era in 2002. It also includes Mark Mulder and Barry Zito. So here's where they are now. After 10 years, time has been kind to Zito. He's off to a good start in 2012 with a stingy 1.76 ERA. Hudson, of course, this is just his second start of the year after coming back from back surgery. And Mulder, he was the first one out. He retired in 2008. He's now a TV baseball analyst. And get this, guys, he competes in longest drive competitions for celebrity golf tournaments. He can drive it 328 yards. How about that, Drew? I bet you can't get it that far.
328?
In a golf cart.
Yeah, exactly.
I can kick it a few times and maybe take a 9-iron and help it out after the initial drive. 1-2 on Tulowitzki. Troy walked and scored in the first.
Well, that's impressive to have three guys like they had in Oakland. Two lefties and a right-hander.
Slider misses, 2-2. This ball ripped to left, and it almost went over the head of Hinske. You could tell he took a step in, not realizing just how hard that ball was hit.
That's the old backspin.
And Michael Bourne sharing a laugh with him. He just turned to him. He said, "Wow."
I mean, because Hinske came up as a third baseman, has played first base, but they'll run him in the outfield and left field to get his bat in the lineup. But that would have been hard for any left fielder. That's as hard as that ball was hit.
There's a lot of pressure on Eric Hinske tonight, and that Michael Bourne is shaded that way to help him out. Helton at the plate. Hinske, not your ideal left fielder for this ballpark. This is pulled foul down the right field line. You really need, ideally, another center fielder in left field.
Well, like what the Rockies are doing with Carlos Gonzalez. You put him in left field, you have Dexter Fowler in center, and that helps out that big gap in left center field. What it does, as you mentioned, put more pressure on Jason Hayward in right field and Michael Bourne in center, where you play more over to the left center field gap and hope those two guys can cover that way.
Hayward runs well, a young kid, long strider.
Bourne's just flat out fast. I mean, look at this gap over here.
One and two on Todd. Outside. He's 11 for 16 lifetime against Tim Hudson after the 2-run single in the first. And this is a tough chance for Hinske. He's going to get there. Thought for a moment that may drop.
Yeah, I'm sure Hinske is saying, it's okay, you can hit it to somebody else. I've had enough tough chances this half inning.
Let's answer our AT&T trivia question. 5 switch hitters have a lifetime average of 300 or better. How many can you name? Chipper clearly is on that list. Frankie Frisch hit 316. Chipper next. And Victor Martinez. That probably surprises some people. Kadire takes a strike. Pete Rose hit 303 in his career. And then Robbie Alomar in the Hall of Fame hit 300. You played with, for me, one of the 3 greatest switch hitters of all time, Eddie Murray.
Yeah, because he had power. He could drive in runs. He hit somewhere in the neighborhood of 280. But just the ability to hit with power from both sides of the plate, had over 1,900 RBIs.
0-2 on Kadire. And Hudson now has retired 7 in a row after giving up a 5 spot in the first inning. Rockies 5 and the Braves 2 as we go to the 4th. Time for the Mako big hit of the series. We go back to the last series. The Rockies taking 2 of 3 from the hated Dodgers. 2 on in the bottom of the 9th, tie ball game. Scott Elbert can walk off because Jason Giambi hit a walk-off 3-run blast for the big man. On a day that made history in Major League Baseball, 2 40-year-olds hitting walk-off home runs. Chipper Jones did to beat the Phillies in the 11th. That's brought to you by Mako, the company that repairs all kinds of hits. Visit Mako.com today. There's Jason Giambi.
Off the left-hander, Scott Elbert, no less.
He had the luxury of 5 infielders, 2 outfielders, and everybody's pulled in. He said, I don't care. I'm going to hit about 430.
He would have to put somebody over the fence to have a chance.
That's basically what Jim Tracy said after the ball game. He said
that's not allowed.
Yeah. So that's fine. They had 5 infielders. They needed some more outfielders. 1-0 on Jason Hayward. He hit a fly ball to center his first time. Changeup misses. 2-0.
Already the 3rd or 4th time that Guillermo has fallen behind as a batter 2-0.
Three and nothing. And on 4 pitches, Moscoso with his 3rd walk of the ball game, and all 3 of his walks have led off an inning, Jeff.
Yeah, in the 1st inning, the 2nd inning, and here in the 4th. The first 2 innings, it didn't hurt him. Michael Bourne was stranded at 2nd. Dan Uggla was stranded at 3rd. But you can't keep doing that to this lineup. Too much power and thump to put extra runners out there.
Now, normally you think double play ball. You could think that, but Moscoso doesn't get many ground balls, just 1 so far in this game.
Just 27% of the time for his career.
You can't nap on Jason Hayward. He has 8 stolen bases in 9 attempts. Now you're down by 3 runs, so it makes it a little less likely, but it's a ballpark where you need to score runs, and Freddie Gonzalez knows that.
Yeah, and he has given the green light to Jason. He'll put the stop sign on, but 3 runs is nothing in the 4th.
Well, when you're throwing 6 straight out of the zone, you better not take off if you're Jason Hayward.
Yeah, now you put the stop sign, you say,
2-1.
58 pitches now, 30 strikes, 28 balls.
50-50 split, basically, and that clearly not what you're trying to accomplish. Hinski's hit .407 against righties this year. No movement at first, and that pitch is up. 3-1.
Well, now look for him to go. To stay out of the double play like we saw Jim Tracy do in the 1st inning when he started Jonathan Herrera and Carlos Gonzalez.
He was not going. 3-2.
Ramon wanted Guillermo to step off the backside of the rubber. He wanted to get another sign from Tommy Runnels to make sure that they were on the same page. As you want a slide step, throw over, or just a quick go to the plate.
There he goes, and swung on and missed. The throw to second, not in time. Yeah, Moscoso's pretty deliberate to the plate. Once he lifts that foot up, it takes a while to put it down. He's above 1.4 going to the plate.
Yeah, that one was right around 1.45. Much like what we saw with Michael Bourne, as soon as that leg came up, he took off. Now 9 stolen bases for Jason Hayward. He had 9 stolen bases all of last year.
4 strikeouts for Moscoso. Jack Wilson grounded into a force out in the second inning. He's at the plate. Put a pick on. They get him.
Oh, he dropped the ball.
Had he held the baseball, that'd be pretty close.
Quick timing. Throw the hand up. Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. Even if he had caught the ball, he would have been safe. He got that big long reach into the bag.
Go again.
Brian Runge both times right on top of the call. And I've seen second basemen put their foot or their knee back in front of the bag because guys will typically go back hands first and not feet first.
Strike on Wilson. And you know that. He's established that. Why not automatically do it?
Especially at second base. Now, at some of the other base, at first, people come back feet first, hands, you're not sure. But second base, 99.9% of the time, they're diving back with their hands.
Hayward stretches the lead a little bit more, not going, and the breaking ball misses. This is a real oddity. Jack Wilson's batting average, Huey, is 133. And his on-base percentage is 129.
And you're saying how?
And people at home saying that's impossible. How can you have a lower on-base percentage than batting average? Because your on-base percentage is hits and walks and hit by pitches divided by at bats plus walks plus hit by pitches plus sac flies.
That's the one people forget.
So he actually has a lower on base percentage than batting average. Neither one he's bragging about. 2 and 1.
Not if it's in the 100s.
The low 100s. He has not walked. He has no extra base hits. He's off to a tough start. He's playing tonight because you have the super sinker baller on the mound and Tim Hudson. Well, they picked him off. That was not a balk. Hayward's going to try to get to third, and the tag was applied. So Hayward just kept getting frisky at second, trying to stretch that lead. Moscoso finally picked him off.
A smart play from Guillermo. Lifted the leg, was going to go to the inside move, didn't fire right away. Run at him make the choice which way he's going. Give it up to the second baseman. Tag to Jonathan Herrera. Ball out of the glove. Everything done just like you worked on back in February and March during spring training. Thank you very much. 2 outs, nobody on. And you have a chance to get the number 8 place hitter out. Start off with the pitcher next inning.
And you will. Popped up, right side, Scudero waiting. Boy, that worked out well. A leadoff walk to Hayward. He steals second, then gets picked off. 5-2 Colorado, middle of 4th. 5-2 Colorado as we go to the bottom of the fourth. It will be the bottom third of the Rockies lineup. Ramon Hernandez, Dexter Fowler, Guillermo Moscoso with Jeff Hewson and Jenny Cavnar. I'm Drew Goodman. Perfect night for baseball. Not a cloud in the sky. And the temperature at game time at 6:40 was 86 degrees. Tim Hudson gave up 5 runs in the first as the Rockies hit around. He has retired 7 straight since then. He has induced a rate of 60% ground balls since 2009. That's the best ground ball ratio in the game since 2009.
Jake Westbrook at 59%, Derek Lowe at 58%.
Long time ago, Jake Westbrook, a draft pick of the Colorado Rockies. And Hernandez lines it foul in the seats down the right field line.
Last 5 games for Hernandez, hitting 300, couple home runs, 8 RBIs, 4 runs, productive homestand.
All the position player additions have really enjoyed early success with the Rockies. Hernandez, Scudero, Kadire.
Well, they fit right in.
One, two. And a strikeout for Hudson. Let's check in with Jenny Cavnar again. Jenny.
Hey guys, of course it's Friday. You know what that means. Hashtag Fan Friday. We're doing it on Twitter. You can find me at @RootSports_JC. You ask the questions and we answer them. I'm going to hit the phone and check on Twitter. This one asks, what Rocky was the best at another sport? Was it Troy at basketball, Larry Walker at hockey, Todd Father at football, or someone else? And as I send it back to you, Drew and Jeff, I might even chime in and say Dexter Fowler at basketball, but that's just me.
Dexter lines one to center, but Bourne is there. 2 outs. They allowed out. So what were our choices? Walker in hockey,
yeah.
Dexter in basketball.
You had Todd in football.
Todd in football. I've never seen Dexter play basketball. Obviously, he was good enough that Harvard, where Jeremy Lin went, wanted him to play there. Obviously, Dexter, as we know, is a very bright kid. We never saw Walker play goalie. Walker's a great athlete. The one guy that we have evidence of him playing another sport is Helton. And for me, based on that, I would go with Todd, because Tennessee just didn't allow anybody to come and play quarterback for them.
Hence Peyton Manning, the guy that followed him, pretty good guy. So yeah, I would have to go with Todd myself. Just as you mentioned, because we haven't had the luxury of seeing these other guys. They might have been great. And maybe their parents will send us some video of them playing when they were younger, and we can judge them that way.
We have empirical data with help.
I like that.
We can run the video, which we do about once a year. Troy was a very good high school basketball player.
He was our other choice. Gonna have to go with Todd.
Moscoso strikes out, and that's 10 in a row, including 5 strikeouts for Hudson. But the Rockies lead by 3 runs. the Rockies play on Sunday and our Toyota postgame show. Stick around for Rockies Weekly with Jim Tracy. We'll chat with Todd Helton about his great start to the 2012 season and find out the reasoning behind some team members' jersey numbers. That'll be interesting. Also, as always, don't forget to look for the key word during the show to win a pair of tickets from Root Sports. Well, there's number 17, the football player from Tennessee. And for those that have never heard the story, Todd, when he came out of Knoxville Central, was the Gatorade Player of the Year in baseball in Tennessee. He was the Gatorade Player of the Year in football in Tennessee. And when you ask him about football, which is so true to Todd's form, he is very self-deprecating, like he was the worst football player in America. And I'm sure they had about a dozen quarterbacks lined up when he arrived on campus. There's an old Vol with a Helton jersey. He wore number 3, but was it 3 or 2? And he wore number 2 at Tennessee. For him to rise through the depth chart, and he tells stories like every time he could sneak away from spring, well, he never had to go to spring practice because he was playing baseball, but anytime he could sneak away from football practice in the fall, he'd go and run over and take swings in the cage. He says when no one was looking, but he became the starting quarterback. Right. It wasn't by accident.
No, you don't just happenstance. So I'm going to just decide to do this today.
1 and 2 on Tim Hudson. That's a classic. You know who broke that out last year on one of our trips here? You remember it was football jersey.
Yes,
it was obviously the fall. Wear your favorite players' football jerseys. Some throwbacks were worn. And Tulowitzki wore Helton's old number 2 from Tennessee.
Those are always fun trips to go on to see what uniforms guys are going to wear. Troy, of course, a big Miami Dolphin fan. But sporting the number 2. Is that burnt orange? Is that what they consider that color?
I know burnt orange is Texas.
Texas, that's right.
Now it's 3-2. Hudson was behind 0-2. Boy, Moscoso numerous times in this game has grabbed the baseball back from Ramon Hernandez and looked off in disgust at himself. He's not complaining about a strike zone. He's just angry with himself.
He's only thrown 2 more strikes in balls, 36-34. 70 pitches.
And he got a little help there from Hudson, who may have swung at ball 4.
Fans, for the best ticket values in the ballpark, you can purchase a mini plan. They're available for 15 or 20 games, and you get to select the games with a 20-game plan. Go online to ColoradoRockies.com or call 303-ROCKIES for more information, but they are on sale now.
Beneath the knees, ball 1. The changeup low to Michael Bourne. A walk and a line drive to left. Lays down a bunt. That's fair ball.
Fair ball, tagging.
Yep. And Michael Bourne arguing, and here comes Freddie Gonzalez. Bourne's really upset. I don't know what he could be arguing. The ball ended up in fair territory.
Unless he thought it hit him before he got out of the box. And Freddie's wanting Tim to go down and ask the third base umpire Marvin Hudson. The overhead look.
Saying he hit the bat twice?
Hit the bat twice, maybe, is what he's saying.
Well, you know what? He's going to win the argument. There's one.
But he should be out because he stepped on the plate.
Oh, it hit him.
Now watch where his left foot is. Watch right here on the plate. He makes contact again.
It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
Here's the 1-1 and a base hit for Michael Bourne. So that didn't work out in favor of the Rockies.
This might be the best look we have. If he makes contact with the plate and steps on it, I'm not sure what he's arguing, though.
Well, is he arguing that Hernandez hit it into fair territory? That's the only. Let's watch here. The ball's.
Oh, that's what it was. What happened was where Hernandez did hit it with his right hand, but what he's saying that he was still in foul territory. Ball's behind the plate.
Yeah, and you can't tell because obviously his
At
body.
the angle.
Chipper Jones at the plate, and he takes ball 1. And that was the right call then.
Yes, because we didn't see that the first 2 or 3 looks that we had. We just couldn't see it go off his hand.
Here goes Bourne, and he's got himself a stolen base. And on the throwing error by Hernandez, he goes to third. Now, you look at that sequence of events.
Another jump from Michael Bourne for his 9th stolen base, and the ball skips into center field for the first error on the season for Ramon Hernandez.
Freddie Freeman on deck. Here's the 2-0 to Jones. Ground ball, base hit. 5-3 ball game. And Freeman comes up representing the tying run, and he hit a 2-run home run in his last at bat. 15 RBIs for Chipper Jones.
In just his 17th ball game.
Little doubt on that one. It reached the second level.
Seven home runs for Freddie Freeman in only 9 games. Against the Rockies. I mean, Kemp, Loney, Montero, and Upton all have 6 home runs, but it took them 15 and 18 games respectively.
And this will be a base hit to center field. Jones to second, 2 on for Brian McCann. And Matt Reynolds up for the Rockies.
He's getting loose in a hurry, because after McCann, you have the right-hander Dan Uggla, but 2 left-handers following that in Hayward and Hinsky.
Time for the Home Depot doing more on defense. Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Brian McCann, his last at bat, thought he had himself a base hit. Here comes Cargo. We've seen that before. Little sliding catch by Gonzalez. Tim McClellan breaks up the meeting. Bob Apodaca goes to the dugout. Moscoso has McCann up there. He struck out looking in the first, and then that was catch by Cargo in the third. 42 strikes, 39 balls. That's been a consistent theme from the opening hitter Moscoso faced tonight when he walked Michael Bourne to begin the ball game. Traffic in every inning. And goes to the backstop. And now you have the tying run in scoring position at second on the wild pitch.
Made it that much easier for Brian McCann, who is just 3 for 22 with runners in scoring position this year.
So actually, look on the replay here on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. That should be bases loaded. That hit is pant leg. Rockies playing the infield back. And that's a strike. 1-1.
Third attempted pickoff at second base, 2 by Scutaro, this time by Troy Tulowitzki.
Hey Huey, the irony is that the Rockies, with Moscoso being so slow to the plate, have had closer plays on pick plays than on attempted steals. Two and one on the very dangerous Brian McCann. He owns 5 Silver Slugger awards. He has 6 full seasons in the big leagues. He's been an all-star 6 times.
Because he can do it both sides of the plate, receiving and hitting.
And he just tied up this baseball game in all likelihood. Yep. Ball bobbled for a moment in center field. I don't know if Dex would have had a chance on Freddie Freeman. The Rockies got off to that wonderful 5-0 start in the first, but Guillermo Moscoso cannot hold it. And the Braves here in the top of the 5th have caught the Rockies. Brian McCann, RBIs 15 and 16, and that'll be all for Moscoso.
There was no doubt off the bat. Down and away from McCann, and the leverage, the way he bends over at the waist to get the barrel to the ball. Piece of hitting, but when you constantly fall behind hitters, you're nibbling, it just makes it easier for the hitter to be able to go to the plate and drive the runs in.
Matt Reynolds aboard when we come back. 5 apiece. Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Ford Focus. It's 40 miles per gallon of pure fun. Start more than a car. Ford Focus. Go further. By the Courtyard by Marriott. Western elegance in the cultural heart of the city. By College Invest. Are you saving for college or just talking about it? And by Sonic. Shake things up at Sonic with half-price shakes after 8 p.m. Rockies got off to a quick 5-0 lead in the first, but the Braves got 2 in the third and 3 here in the 5th. 1 out, Dan Ugla at the plate against Matt Reynolds, Brian McCann is at first. This guy looks like Popeye, doesn't he?
As big of forearms as I think I've seen in baseball in a long time. Still probably one of the most recognizable Rule 5 draft picks in baseball, taken from the Arizona Diamondbacks.
By the Florida Marlins.
Yep.
He's the only second baseman in baseball history to have 30 home runs in 5 different seasons, 30 or more. He hit a career high 36 last year. What an odd trip it was through his 2011 season for Dan Uggla as you look at Matt Reynolds' numbers. This is a double play ball.
Maybe.
Nope. Two outs. Jason Hayward will come up. McCann forced at second.
Just want to know, I mean, you can barely even see Troy. He's got to go all this way to the bag, and that's what doesn't allow him to turn the double play. Because even though it was a perfect feed and everything from Marco, the distance that Troy had to run just to get that throw off allowed Dan Uggla to beat it.
Ball one on Hayward. To finish the thought on Dan Uggla, it was a strange season last year in that he finished with a career high 36 home runs. He drove in 82. The first 3 months of the year he's hitting 173, and then a guy who's hitting 173 goes on a 33-game hitting streak.
Well, good for him that he did. Otherwise, his average would have been not very pretty. Because we saw him at both times. Back when he was really, really bad to start last year, and then really good the second time.
Yeah, I love where people say, well, he doesn't have a lot of range. That's a ball 3-1 and this and that. If you hit it to him, he's going to make the play more often than not. He's had some problems at times defensively, but the offensive numbers we just showed you, you'll take that.
He's going to outslug any mistake that he makes.
That's a great way of putting it.
I mean, since 2006, Dan Uggla has 193 home runs.
Popeye. Steve Garvey looks at his forearms and says, boy, he's got big forearms. 3-2. That is past the diving Scutero. Kadire gets to the baseball, and McCann to third. Excuse me, Uggla to third. On the base hit by Hayward, and Eric Hensky will come up.
You mentioned it early in this broadcast, Drew, about these offenses. The Rockies in Atlanta are second and third in the National League in runs per game. So for it to be 5-5, they both average over 5 runs a game. So it's not quite surprising that we're sitting here in the fifth at 5s.
Way inside on Hensky.
You just wish that Guillermo could have gone out and pitched better after getting the 5-0 lead in the first inning.
St. Louis and Atlanta with 138 runs leading the league, then the Rockies. What's interesting about that is Atlanta and St. Louis traditionally pitching rich clubs. That is a base hit to left, and now Atlanta has the lead. Eric Hensky serves a double to left. Uggla has scored, Hayward to third, and Atlanta has a 6-5 advantage. Tim Hudson's got to look out there and say, man, this has been a turn of events.
Go from being on the losing side to have a chance to win it. Hinsky takes the ball that's away from him, drives it to left field like you're taught as a youngster. And now, remember early in the game that Freddie Gonzalez did not walk Dexter Fowler with the pitcher on deck and 2 outs. Well, Jim Tracy is going to go ahead and walk Jack Wilson.
Well, Eric Hinsky had to dig to second base, and Eric had trouble just getting to the dugout today. Here's him earlier.
Can't breathe already. Gosh. Walking up those stairs.
He's just catching his breath right now after the double. So the base is loaded after the intentional pass at Jack Wilson, and Tim Hudson's up there.
Remember, Hudson led off this inning with the strikeout.
Lefty's now hitting .333 against Matt Reynolds, and you'll recall last year Reynolds is supposed to be a lefty specialist. Lefties hit him well a year ago.
Yeah, that's one of the things he was trying to work on this spring to hide the baseball better.
I mean, we're not the hardest hit balls in the world, but it doesn't matter. They turned out to be hits, a single and a double to keep the inning going. And now the Braves lead it 6-5 after putting 4 on the board here, and they still have Hudson up with the bases loaded. And Tulowitzki's got to go the long way. And he gets Hudson. That ball had a lot of spin on it. 6-5 Atlanta.
Braves took the lead over the Rockies 6-5 as we welcome you back to Coors Field. It is a Fan Friday. We're asking you, the fans at home, to hit us up with your questions on my Facebook fan page or on Twitter at @RootsSports_JC. But we thought we might want to bring the fans in the house in on the action. And this is my good friend Brody. He's 12 years old. He loves Carlos Gonzalez. Turn around, show him your jersey. We got a Cargo jersey going on. And you have a question about Cargo.
Yeah, I wonder how much home runs and RBIs Cargo will have at the end of the season.
That's a very good question, because we know he's on a hot streak right now with 7 home runs. Brody did some math because he's in the 6th grade. He told me it's going to be about 49. Drew, what do you guys think?
Wow, I hope so. That'd be awesome.
That'd be a pretty big year, huh?
Yeah, Marco Scutaro at the plate. I'm going to say that Cargo's going to hit 38 home runs this year, and he's going to drive in 118.
I had 35 and 120.
38 and 35. What do you think of that, Brody? Is that a good answer?
That's a good answer, I think.
Okay, he likes the answer, guys. We'll go with you.
Well, no. Here's the thing, Jenny. Tell him we like his answer better.
They like your answer much better up in the booth. So maybe you should be our statistician this year. What do you think?
Sure, why not?
New job for the 6th grader. We're bringing him up to the booth later.
Jack Wilson, thank you, Jenny, throws out Marco Scutero. And that's 11 in a row, retired by Tim Hudson. Now, Tim Hudson's rolling, and Tim Hudson has the lead after giving up, if you're late to the party, 5 in the first inning.
And in that first inning, right in the neighborhood of 30 pitches to get through there, he only has 66 now for the ball game. So that tells you what kind of role he is on now.
Johnny Herrera doubled in that first inning and scored. He struck out swinging in the second. This ball's well hit to right by Johnny. Did he tie it up? Go, Johnny, go! Mr. Big Fly. Papa comes to town, and he's flexing his muscles.
Well, now 2 home runs on the year. He had one right-handed, remember that, to right field earlier this year. Now he's got one left-handed to right field.
He's a regular Eddie Murray or Chipper Jones.
Chipper Jones. Well, he's trying to just be Jonathan Herrera right now, because where he's at is in a good spot.
And here's his buddy Cargo. Fastball away, ball 1. Johnny hit one at batting practice today. I was standing next to Dexter Fowler, and I got blocked. I said, did it get out? Dexter looked, he goes, first row.
When they put it in the box score the next day, or even during back, they never say it went into the first row or the 5th row, or sometimes when they're really far, they'll say 425 feet or whatever. Right. But Jonathan has just figured out how to do it offensively now. And Jim Tracy has also put him in positions where he's not overplaying him.
Mr. Souvenir, Johnny Herrera.
Well, now everybody gets to handle the baseball. It's round. Look at it. It's got the dirt on it. Nice mud.
Drop the barrel.
Wow, and a little finish and follow through.
One and one on Cargo. Ryan McCann took that right off the foot. This is down the line, foul.
It's not a matter for a catcher of if, it's just when and where. When's it going to hit me and where's it going to be?
Two. 2 outs. Got 6 strikeouts for Hudson. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies tickets by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. Troy hit an absolute missile to left his last time up. Hinsky nearly lost his glove reaching up to make the catch. Check this out on Tim Hudson, Jeff. In his career, if his club scores 4 runs or more while he's in the game, he is 144-5. They have scored 6 tonight while he's still out there.
That just shows you he knows how to finish a game, and when he gets a lead, he's not going to relinquish it too many times.
Well, he just did, and hopefully the Rockies can build on that. 6-6 ball game.
Yeah, with active pitchers with over 1,500 innings pitched, Tim Hudson sits 3rd in ERA at 3.41. Santana first, Roy Halladay second, and then Hudson.
Two and one. Next inning. Join in on the conversation with Toyota Talk. Text Toyota to 720-720 and also learn how to win a $500 gas card. Two and two. Slider, Jack Wilson with quick release. In the inning, Johnny Herrera, first guy to reach since the first inning against Hudson, takes Tim Hudson deep to tie this baseball game at 6 as we go to the 6th. Tune in tomorrow for the Rockies game, Game 2 against the Atlanta Braves. It's also our Little League night. We'll celebrate youth baseball throughout the state. We'll hear from the big leaguers about their favorite moments growing up and playing this game. Jamie Moyer has the baseball for the Rockies. Michael Bourne against Matt Reynolds. It's a 1-1 count on Bourne. With 1 out last inning, he started that rally with a base hit and a stolen base. Ultimately, 4 runs came around for Atlanta, and they chased Guillermo Moscoso. The line on Moscoso, again, not good, Huey. 4 1/3, 6 runs, 7 hits, walked 3, struck out 5. He was staked to a.
It took him 83 pitches to throw that on the heels of what happened in the Mets series, and all you can ask for as a player is to give me an opportunity. Well, Guillermo has been. He's 2 starts, and it hasn't been good, unfortunately, for him.
On the ground to second. Scudero pats his glove, throws out Michael Bourne. That'll bring up Chipper. 2 for 3 tonight. 2 runs scored and an RBI. Chipper, a .323 lifetime hitter at Coors Field with 12 home runs, 55 RBIs in 57 games. Chipper from the right side for the first time, and he fouls it off. I asked Todd Helton before the game, I said, what do you admire most about Chipper? And he said his consistency from both sides of the plate, not only for average, but for power.
And he's got a good eye from both sides of the plate, so he'll walk too. And it's so unusual to have that. Because we always talk about switch hitter, well, he's better, or his natural side is this side. For Chipper, it really doesn't matter which way he goes up there. When he has that bat, he's dangerous.
How good did he get this one? Real good. What'd you say about dangerous?
Dangerous from both sides of the plate.
And the Braves go back on top, 7-6.
The third hit for Chipper tonight, second RBI.
I mean, he's going to retire. He's got 5 home runs and 16 RBIs, playing about 2/3 of the time.
He just makes it look so effortless. He's so strong, and he gets the hands in the barrel in the right spot every time, it seems like.
Well, this is his 17th game this year. It's the Braves' 27th game, so he's not played in 10. And as I mentioned, he has 5 homers and 16 RBIs. And his average after that is close to 300, or it is over 300 after this home run.
Yeah, palm up, palm down, head following the barrel to the ball. It's hours and hours of practice growing up in the cage off the tee. But to be that consistent and have that many home runs just shows you also what a natural talent he is.
This ball's driven to left center field. Cargo's going to have to play chase. Freddie Freeman will have himself a double. That's his 3rd hit of the night. The only thing he's missing is a triple. 2-run home run in the 3rd, single in the 5th, double here. Matt Reynolds isn't fooling anybody. And now Josh Renicky is up.
And that's why Bob Apodaca has come out to the mound to give Josh a moment to try to crank up that arm and slow down the Braves hit machine. It's 11 hits on the evening for the Atlanta Braves.
McCann singled it 2 last inning. Takes a breaking ball for a strike. Yeah, this is another one of those nights, Huey. There's been too many of these where it's going to be on the offense, it looks like, to outscore the Braves.
Oh, that's it. Been a reoccurring theme for most of this season because of the starting staff.
But then it starts to trickle into the bullpen because of overuse. Second out as McCann goes down. And that'll bring up Dan Udla.
What you don't want to happen if you're the Rockies, I know they're one of the best in baseball coming back late in the game. But when you look down to that bullpen, when you have the Eric O'Flaherty, Johnny Venters, and Craig Kimbrell lurking, that makes it even more daunting.
So they'll pass on Ugla with first base open, and they'll go left on left with Jason Hayward. Hayward singled up the middle last inning against Matt Reynolds. Broken bat single, but it was a single nonetheless.
You're just going to play the percentages. You don't want Ugla facing the left-hander. Although Hayward's numbers this year compared to last year are better against the lefty than they are a right-handed pitcher.
By 6 points. He battled through a number of injuries last year. His average sunk 50 points from 277 as a rookie to 227 last year. He's one of the 3 22-year-olds that plays every day. His good buddy Freddie Freeman, and also normally Tyler Pasternicki.
And Tyler will be back in the lineup tomorrow talking to Freddie Gonzalez. He just wanted Jack Wilson out there today, as you mentioned, because of Tim Hudson on the hill.
7 runs, 11 hits for the Braves, 6 runs, 5 hits for the Rockies. Big leagues at 20 for Jason Hayward.
Yeah, not surprising that sophomore slump. It happens to a lot of players. The expectations are different when you come to spring training. The book on you. Throw in the injuries that you mentioned. It's not a way to be successful, but he got healthy this offseason. Got back to doing the things that Jason Hayward can do.
1-2, and he strikes him out. Matt Reynolds gets Hayward to put the inning down, but Chipper Jones, right-handed, hits a long home run to make it 7-6 Atlanta. Time to check out the Coors Light Freeze Cam. Johnny Herrera last inning. Dropped the barrel on an inside fastball and hit it out to right field. Second home run of the year for Herrera. That's brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. That's the only base runner Tim Hudson's allowed since the first inning. There were a whole lot of base runners in the first. He gave up 5 runs in the first. Then he set down 11 in a row before Herrera went deep. Helt, Kadire, Ramon Hernandez. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 7-6 Atlanta. Rockies will play the Braves 7 times this year. 3 here at Coors Field. They have a 4-game set in early September against the Braves. There's the 1-0 on Todd.
Before they finish up in September, going back to Philadelphia for the 2nd time.
Yeah, that's the extra series for the Rockies this year. That's not a gift from the schedule maker, going to Philly twice. That is fair down the right field line. And it will be another double for Todd Helton. That is his 7th double of the year.
But now 12 out of his 19 hits are extra base hits.
More doubles than singles this year. He's now in 21st place by himself on the all-time doubles list with 561. He's 11 shy of a man who just retired, Pudge Rodriguez. It's his 948th extra base hit of his career. That's 48th all-time, and a tie with Billy Williams, a former Cub great.
Just continues his mastery also of Tim Hudson.
I mean, silly numbers. 12 for 18.
It's not like Tim Hudson's a number 5 pitcher that's just making a spot start in the big leagues.
Good block by McCann. Rockies a chance to tie it up. They shade Kadire a little bit toward right center field. Michael, an RBI single in the first.
Well, this is the way they pitched him in the first, or played him, excuse me, in the first, and he hit that hanging cutter to the left center field gap.
2-1.
Strike Jones just showed you where they're trying to pitch Kadire. Pitch him away and play him away.
A couple scores of interest. Milwaukee has scored 3 in the first inning out in San Francisco against Tim Lincecum.
Well, the Dodgers already were beaten today by the Cubs.
Yeah, 5-4 the final there. Billingsley took the loss. They're going nuts in Wrigleyville. 2-2. To third, and it eats up Chipper. A rear error on Chipper Jones, first and second. Nobody out for Ramon Hernandez. Third miscue this year for Jones.
And he did what you're supposed to do as a third baseman. You take the drop step, but when he took the drop step, notice where his glove is. It's behind his eyes. So that last foot and a half, when you go to watch the ball into your glove, you lose sight of the ball, and it went off the heel or off the thumb area of his glove. Your glove has to be out in front of your face.
Hernandez, a ground ball to third and a strikeout. And he's bunting. He gets it on the ground. McCann, low throw, and Ugla gloved it. And you had to make that play a few times at first. That's a strange feeling. You got a big man bearing down on you. You got spikes, and the ball's right at the bat.
Yeah, and you're not used to being over there at first base. You're used to taking throws at second base, but first base is a different feeling because it just doesn't happen. So you have your other foot on the bag sometimes, but the base runner's coming down and bearing down on you. You're running over to the bag. You put your left foot on the bag where you normally would, if you're a first baseman, have your right foot on the bag. Another wonderful shot from the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. to show where that ball hit, how you have to pick it.
And if you're at home saying, well, why would you sacrifice with Ramon Hernandez, who's hitting 7th? You have Dexter Fowler next, and then you're going to go to your bench.
Right.
You're not. Matt Reynolds isn't going to hit. Tyler Colvin is already out there. So you're going to get 2 shots at a base hit that would put the Rockies back in front.
And that's where the preparation of this whole inning, where Helton leads off with the double, then Kadire reaches with the air. Pitcher spots 3 doors down. We'll sacrifice him over, get 2 guys into scoring position, and have 2 chances to at least 1 tie the game up and possibly take the lead.
Next pitch, the 88 for Tim Hudson in his 2nd start of the year. Only pitched 1 inning. Actually 2 innings, I should say, during spring training in the final exhibition game, coming off back surgery in November. Dexter takes a strike.
And nobody warming up for Atlanta.
Dexter had a base hit to drive in 2 in that 5-run first, and then he lined out to center. Now Roger McDowell gets on the phone to that pen. They were listening to you, Jeff.
Well, I was just saying, he's closing in on 90 pitches. The first inning took a lot out of him. You know they're going to pinch hit. At least get somebody up and throwing in the bullpen.
Dexter's in a ditch. 0-2. Now you really, Dexter does strike out a lot, but you got to bear down here. You got to get the ball in play.
But, if they're giving it to you too, it's not. You don't have to worry about hitting the ball in the air anywhere but to third base or the pitcher. And Todd is going to score from third.
Chad Durbin, the former Phil. Dex has punched out 19 times in 77 at bats this year. Helton at third, Kadire at second. 1 out in the Rockies' half of the 6th, trailing 7-6.
See the ground ball to second base or shortstop.
That's a pitch Dexter struggles with. They went in there with the cutter. Good job staying off it. I think he may visit that slider down and in.
Yeah, back to the back foot. Make it look like a fastball coming out of the hand with the late break.
See late movement from McCann. He goes in there, and they went fastball, and it's 3-2. You still got to believe with his ability to get ground balls, it's not necessarily a fastball count here. He may go to that slider. Colvin on deck. They went fastball, and he missed with it. Bases loaded, 1 out for Tyler Colvin.
Third walk on the night for Tim Hudson. Impressive job from Dexter to battle that back from where he was.
Last time we saw Tyler, he's hitting a pinch hit home run. That worked well right here.
Tyler 3 for 5 this year as a pinch hitter, including that 1 home run you were talking about, Drew.
Helton, Kadire, and Fowler aboard with 1 out. He was fooled, 0-1. Of course, the nice thing about Tyler Colvin, 6'4", long strides. If he did hit it on the ground, he runs well. He's a tough guy to double.
And he also hits from the left side, so he's got that extra half step to first base. Colorado 3 for 5 tonight with runners in scoring position.
This ball is softly hit to second. They're not going to double him up. Helton scores the equalizer. And they did everything right. Ugla made a good turn, and Wilson got rid of the baseball quickly at second. So we're tied at 7. And tacos for everybody tomorrow between 4 and 6 at Taco Bell.
But he hit it just far enough to Ugla's left and was able to beat the throw back to first base. Ugla goes 3 or 4 hard steps. Nothing wrong with the feed there. Wilson gets rid of the baseball. Dexter Fowler goes in hard. Notice where Dexter slides too. He also slides to the outside part of the bag, but can reach back with his left hand, so that disrupts the timing of the shortstop.
First and third. Scutero at the plate. 0 for 3. In the air to right field. Hayward will make the catch. So the Rockies scratch out another run in the 6th. Todd Helton's double, a huge factor, 7-7.
Between the Braves and the Rockies on this fun-tastic Fan Friday. That's right, we're asking you, the fans at home, to send us your questions about the Rockies via Twitter or my Facebook fan page. You can find me at RootSports_JC. Our next question comes from Twitter on my phone. At SciTeachBK wants to know, what's the latest with the Rockies pitcher Jorge De La Rosa? Well, he did start his rehab start in Modesto a couple nights ago. He pitched around 92, 93 miles an hour. He did take a line drive off of his hand. It did swell up a bit, so he left the game for precautionary reasons. But he looks to be doing fine, still on schedule with his rehab. So, Drew and Jeff, when do you see him actually coming back with the big league club?
Well, he's going to make at least 2 more, probably at least 5 more starts. 1 more at Modesto, 2 more at Tulsa, 2 more at Colorado Springs. And if that goes well, then he'd probably be in line to start back up here. I want to clarify one thing. He got hit on his glove hand, not his pitching hand. He got hit, he's left-handed, here around the palm level. Sometimes the gloves worn a little more loosely. He got hit here. For precautionary reasons, they took him out. He finished in the bullpen throwing 20 more pitches. So he is fine. It swelled up a little bit. Nothing to be concerned about. He's going to pitch in his next outing. When he was on the mound, he was very, very good. Touched 94.
Yeah, and it's nice to have the left-hander. I mean, because think about this, what he's meant to a rotation, and when he went down, how much that hurt. But the thing you don't want to do, you don't want to rush him back. Make sure if he has to take 1 extra start down there, do it there. So when he comes back, my guess is probably sometime June 2nd, June 3rd, somewhere in that area, that he's going to be able to come back and throw over 100 pitches and do everything that you expect a guy to do.
There's 1, and the Rockies won't be able to turn 2 on Wilson. They get Hensky on the force. So Hensky jogs off He's really going to be fatigued. He was complaining about it walking up the clubhouse stairs. And he's got 3 hits tonight.
One including a double. Troy to the backhand, gets the hips cleared, and then the double clutch from Marco at second base. If he doesn't double clutch that, it'd be a closer play to try to get Jack Wilson.
Tim Hudson 0 for 3. He's going to sacrifice, or at least show that he's going to sacrifice. Doesn't pull it back, and Rockies try to back pick with Scudero.
And that was a planned play from Ramon Hernandez and Marco Scudero, because the way Scudero broke to first base, I mean, Marco is almost all the way over there, and the runner can't see him, so you have to rely on your first base coach, and that's where Terry Pendleton comes into play.
Seven in the 7th. And that's fouled off. It's 1-2. So Tim Hudson will look down at Brian Snitker and see if the bunt is still on.
I imagine it would be.
One of the differences, Huey, why don't you explain this? One of the differences between signals given at the big league level as compared to the amateur level, whether it be high school, college, and he offered at it, that's strike 3, is that if a steal is put on or bunt's put on, they don't put it on every pitch. It stays on until there's a signal that takes it off, which makes it less likely that your signs are stolen.
Because you have hawks in the dugout. That's what they're looking at. They're trying to see if they can pick anything up from the third base coach. Does he do anything different? Is it coming from the manager any different? Tim Wallach of the Dodgers is one of the best guys that I ever played with, trying to steal signs, and now he's a bench coach or third base coach for the Dodgers. That's his job. He looks at the opposing guy, so that's why they do that. They leave it on. Don't go through another set of signs if you don't have to.
Strike 1 on Michael Bourne. And then with the steal, there's a lot of players, more than you think, that have a green light, but it's more a trust that they would only attempt it in a judicious manner.
They know the situations. If they run too many times into an out, the manager's going to stop giving them the green light.
You will get a stop sign, that signal, from time to time. And from time to time, we like to check our CenturyLink high-speed pitch. Fast speed and a low monthly price. Visit CenturyLink.com. Tonight, Tim Hudson at 91. Matt Belisle, not the starter, but we'll look at what Matt's done. And he's touched 91. Third pitcher utilized tonight by Jim Tracy. Guillermo Moscoso goes 4 1/3. Reynolds went an inning in 2/3. Bourne fouls this off. 6 runs allowed by Moscoso on 7 hits. He walked 3, struck out 5. Reynolds in an inning in 2/3. 1 run, 4 hits. He walked 2. Both of those walks were intentional. And he struck out 2. Well, the odds have to swing in favor of Matt Belisle, don't they? Bourne's 3 for 3. Tim Hudson, though, was saying that
right
with Todd Helton today.
Well, that's why you come out and compete every night, though. You never know what's going to happen.
And Helton got handcuffed a little bit on that throw as Wilson had strayed a little too far off the bat.
Yeah, but the pick from Ramon Hernandez right into the glove, and he came up not expecting Jack Wilson to be that far off of first base.
Left field pretty deep. Cargo's got a long run and he can't get it. And the Rockies catch a break, a big break. Ground rule double. And Wilson will have to go back to third. Michael Bourne hit that a long way to the opposite field. He's not a guy known for his pop.
No, back in the third inning, he had lined out to Carlos Gonzalez, who had cheated in and over towards the line, but this time Bourne on the forward strike zone could see where that pitch was, up and away from him, and those are easy balls to get extended and have more power if you're hitting it the opposite way, off the warning track up into the stands. I know you say you might have caught a break, but the problem is you have Chipper Jones coming to the plate with two guys on.
3 for 4 tonight, 2 singles and a home run. The home run came righty. Now he flips back to the left side. Home run in his last at bat against Matt Reynolds. .459th of his career. Got the average up to 305.
Remember, he had knee surgery earlier this year.
Started the year on the DL. Seems like every year Chipper's having knee surgery. He had his ACL done a couple years ago. Belisle ahead 1-2. Tied at 7. 2 runners in scoring position for Atlanta. 2 outs in the 7th. Ground ball right to Troy. Nice job, Matt Belisle. And a little break on the ground rule double to keep it even at 7. Stretch time at Coors Field. Take a look at the Cooney Lexus look back. Rockies got 5 runs in the first inning against Tim Hudson. Todd Helton naturally involved. He was 10 of 15 against Hudson coming in. 2-run single there for Todd. Later, Dexter a 2-run single. Third inning, a home run started flying. Freddie Freeman, 7 home runs against the Rockies in 9 career games. In the 5th inning, the Rockies got Johnny Herrera to go deep to tie it at 6. And then Chipper with a home run to make it 7-6. Rockies got the equalizer in the bottom of the 6th inning. So we're tied at 7. Johnny Herrera will lead off 2, 3, and 4 against Hudson in the 7th, who did not look like he'd be around in the 4th inning, much less the 7th, the way things started tonight.
Giving up the 5 runs in that first inning and ended up throwing right in the neighborhood of 100 pitches. Chris Medlin has been called upon. And now,
let me correct that. Chris Medlin's
well,
now out there.
yeah, and now I go back to that last half inning. Why didn't you put up a pinch hitter? If you're Freddie Gonzalez, knowing that Tim Hudson's going to come out of the game.
I guess Freddie was playing for one run. One out, one on. He decided to bat. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Hudson gives up 7 runs, all of them earned on 6 hits. He walked 3 and struck out 6. 3 and 2 on Herrera with Cargo on deck. And a leadoff walk for Johnny. This start for Johnny reminds me of last year and the fact that he started to accumulate starts at second base because nobody was putting their foot down at second, and Johnny over about a 25-game span was hitting around 300 for the Rockies. He gets worn down a little bit as the season goes on, but Johnny being given a lot of opportunities now to play quite a bit, and he's coming through.
Well, and that's what you like about Jonathan Herrera. He brings an energy each and every time he plays the game and gets his name, whether it's in the starting lineup or in a utility role. But Jonathan's really good if he can get 3 to 4 starts a week, but let him have a day to catch his breath. And that's why, as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, why Jim Tracy, talking to him today, started Jonathan tonight, because the left-hander going tomorrow, you get Chris Nelson back in there.
Guy at the plate's 4th in the league in slugging percentage at .631. Here's the 1-0. And boy, you rarely see Cargo take that kind of swing,
especially on a fastball. A 90-mile-an-hour fastball. He's lucky he didn't hit that. We've seen people take swings like that, try to hold up, they check swing back to the pitcher, or they hit it on the ground for a double play.
That was a more classic Cargo swing. There's the slugging percentage leaders in the league. Kemp, not surprisingly, the player of the month in April on top. A lot of folks going, who? Brian LaHoo? Brian LaHare with the Cubs. Omar Infante, that's a surprise also. Omar's a good player.
I think that's
you don't
a
think
big one
slugging
for me.
Percentage for Infante.
Yeah, because LaHare's a first baseman. Corey Hart, big right fielder.
1 and 2. I don't know if Medlin wants to keep surfing up 91-mile-an-hour fastballs in the middle of the plate
with no movement. That's a good recipe for Carlos Gonzalez. I'm sure that's why Brian McCann went out there to Chris.
I know I put down one finger, but don't throw it there.
No.
Changeup got Cargo. 1 out, and that'll bring up Tulowitzki. Troy walk, a line out, and a ground ball to short. Tulo owns a home run against Medlin. To third. And Chipper gloves the line drive, 2 outs.
That's 2 tonight that Troy has hit square on the barrel of the bat. He had the line drive to Eric Kinski that almost took off his glove earlier in the game back in the 3rd inning, and now the one to Chipper.
Outside on Helt, ball 1. 2-run single in the 1st, fly ball left field in the 3rd, and a double to right in the 6th.
Todd, 500 average with 2 outs and runners in scoring position.
That's going to go foul down the left field line.
You can follow the Rockies on your phone with the MLB.com at Bat 2012 app. It features pitch tracking, highlights, and more.
Helton, the ground ball right to Freeman. That's all for the Rockies in the 7th. Johnny Herrera walked leading off. They could not advance him. We move on to the 8th, tied at 7. Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Hyundai. Before new Hyundai owners even stepped off the lot, we asked them to tell us about the cars they just bought. You said it, we heard it in the booth. By Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. By AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by Ram Trucks, Guts, Glory, Ram. Drew Goodman, Jeff Hewson, Jenny Kavnar. We go to the 8th inning. Freddie Freeman, Brian McCann, Dan Ugla, 3 through 5 in the Braves lineup. And Rex Brothers is now on the mound for Colorado. Tied at 7. This ball's lifted to deep right field. Kadire is going to have to field it off the wall, turning and firing to second, hoping for a play. They got one out at second base. What a throw by Michael Kadire. For a guy that hasn't played many games here, what a play.
Played it off the wall perfectly. And the jump that he got, because this ball looked like it was going to be maybe even out, but it stays in the ballpark. He catches it off the wall, all in one motion, spins and fires to second base, and Marco Scutaro on the one hop applies the tag to get Freddie Freeman. Trying to slide back to the inside. Marco, throw that tag down, got him.
Boy, that's great camera work. Great view of it on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo of Brian Runge, who was in absolutely perfect position. What a marvelous throw by Kadire.
Well, and also on that play, because you think it's going to be a double cut situation, the second baseman and shortstop, Troy had gone out to be the lead guy. Marco had started to follow him, realized that Kadire had got the ball in time, and he had to hustle back to second base to get there for that throw. That's only the second outfield assist by a Rockies outfielder this year.
And the strikeout of Brian McCann.
Now watch Scutaro in this play. He starts to run out, and we kind of lose him for a second, but then you can see him hustling back towards the bag and get there in plenty of time.
And it's interesting, Huey, in that the Rockies in that particular sequence had their shortstop go out even though the ball's in right center.
But we see that with Troy because of the stronger arm.
Dan Uggla at the plate. 0 for 2 and a couple of walks. Scored a run back in the fifth when he reached on a fielder's choice. Strike one on Uggla. Seven straight games, the Rockies have scored at least 5 every game of this homestand. Just missed at 98.
Ball's coming out of Rex's hand tonight as nice as it has been for a while.
Stretch the shoulder and the lat if you're Ramon Hernandez reaching up to make that catch.
Make sure you don't pull a ribcage muscle.
Two, 3-2.
The last 2 pitches after that 98 inside, Rex has overthrown the baseball. First the fastball and overthrew that last slider.
Three-two on Uggla. 3-2 on Dan Uggla. 7 runs, 14 hits for Atlanta. 7 runs, just 6 hits for the Rockies. This ball is loud and fair. Skips off the wall. Cargo may have a throw to second. And it's offline a little bit.
Now
so Uggla with a double.
Now think back to that throw to start off this inning from Michael Kadire. This ball was hit square on the barrel. It short hops the wall. Cargo tried to make the throw into second base. Even if that throw's on line, Dan Uggla would be able to slide in for a double.
I just turned to Doug Marino and I said, how many hits have the Rockies given up in this homestand? They gave up 48 in the first 3 to the Mets. They've given up 15 tonight so far to the Braves. Fortunately, it's 7-7. He's adding up the totals from the Dodger series. The good news is the Rockies have the good news is the Rockies have a really good offense. The bad news is they're having to play games like they did in the late 90s.
They just try to outscore the other team with a lot of runs.
95 hits allowed in 63 2/3.
Well, and I mean that's right now why you're sitting at 12-12. Tonight's indicative of basically the whole season and the way it's played out. But there's no quit in this team.
Strike 1 on Hayward. No, it's a team bursting with confidence offensively. They feel good about themselves defensively after, a rough start the first 10 days. Just got to straighten out that rotation initially, and then if the rotation gets straightened out, the bullpen will be fine. Yeah, you use the bullpen less.
Right, and you can use them when you want to.
Right.
Not when you have to.
One on Hayward. Bottom of the 8th, the Rockies will have Kadire to lead off, then Hernandez and Fowler. Well, we'll get the second hop, and Brothers did get to the bag in time. Hayward running hard up the line. 7-7. Uggla left at second base. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Rockies 7, Braves 7. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Colorado Rockies. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Colorado Rockies. Well, there's no red light on, so we're okay there. Michael Kadire takes a strike from Chris Medlin. Well, this is the Rockies' time of night typically, 7th through 9th inning. 2-strike count. Tied for the most runs in baseball from the 7th inning on. Kadire punches it down the line and right, and smart move by Hayward to bail before he ran into the wall.
We're talking about the late innings. That's part of the never say die and keep fighting till the last out. Jason Hayward, smart. You don't want to run into that wall slide. And he slowed himself down, didn't put his leg out all the way to start with.
Breaking ball on the ground to Chipper. That's a tough hop. And then he made the play. We talked about the Rockies' proficiency late in games. They're tied with the Phillies for most runs 7th inning or later. And the Rangers not far behind. That's not a surprise with their offense. The Braves on that list as well. And the Rockies from the 8th inning on have outscored their opposition 36-15. One out, Ramon Hernandez, who could put you ahead with one swing.
For April, 4 home runs, 14 RBIs. Those RBIs were second in the National League among all catchers. Home runs tied for first with Yadier Molina.
Well, really nice Friday night crowd. 33,184 at Coors Field.
Yeah, the Super Suites Conference Center is available for game day or non-game day meetings for groups of 25 to 200.
Again, with Tim McClellan behind the plate, you don't know for a while. Watch how far Hernandez walks, thinking that's ball 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and finally. You learn actually it was a strike. Here's the 3-1.
Now he waits.
Waits. Okay.
Updates the ball.
That is clearly a ball. So with one out, Ramon to first. Second walk allowed by Medlin. Rockies have only 2 hits since the first inning. Home run by Herrera in the 5th. Double by Helton leading off in the 6th. Dexter's 1 for 2 and a walk.
Eric O'Flaherty, one of the 2 left-handers that the Braves have, is ready to go.
Eric Hinsky waiting in left. EY was out there. He's been called back.
Chris Nelson had gone out there.
Excuse me, Chris Nelson, right, was called back. And Giambi will swing the bat.
Now with O'Flaherty loose out in the pen, you know Freddie's going to go get Chris Medlin once Giambi's announced. And he's asking right now Tim McClellan. Okay, was Jason announced? Yes, he was. I want to go to the bullpen and do a double switch.
Two outs, man aboard for the Rockies in the eighth. Giambi coming up. For the Excel Energy high efficiency inning. Learn about energy efficiency and how to save money in your home by visiting responsiblebynature.com. Well, Rex Brothers wasn't a super efficient inning, but he got help from Michael Kadire. Freddie Freeman thought he had an easy double. He was wrong. Out. Trying to stretch that single. And then the slider strikes out Brian McCann. And two-hopper to Todd Helton to get Hayward. Excel Energy high efficiency inning. So Giambi's going to hit. New right fielder is Matt Diaz. Hayward comes out. And Giambi will face Eric O'Flaherty, who had one of the great seasons by a setup man last year in baseball history, but he's been roughed up this year. Slider swung on and missed. Last year he made 75 appearances and he had an ERA of 0.98. Nobody had ever made 70 plus and had an ERA that small.
And 32 holds. That's why the Atlanta Braves went as far as they did. Of course, they had a meltdown with that bullpen towards the end.
Well, he gave up 8 runs last year in 73 2/3. This year he's given up 7 runs already in 8 1/3. Rockies pinch hit home run list. Greg Norton's in the building tonight. Saw Greg earlier.
Well, he played for both teams, so he can see a lot of former teammates.
Marvin Hudson said Giambi went.
Did the barrel travel past that line? That's what you want to look at. That's real close.
One, two. Well, here's what G did on Wednesday late in the afternoon against Scott Elbert. O'Flaherty wins this battle. We'll go to the 9th inning, 7 apiece at Coors Field. On Root Sports is brought to you by Jack in the Box. Right now, Jack in the Box, you can try the new Chipotle Chicken Club for $4.99 plus tax. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Rockies had an early 5-0 lead, could not hold it, and now it's 7-7, top of 9. Coming up when this one is settled, the Toyota postgame show with Joel Klatt. Here's Joel now.
All right, thanks, Drew. Well, first of all, it's Johnny Depp providing some depth off the bench. Johnny Herrera gets a start, and he goes deep for the second time in this season. Plus, Star Wars guys, Chipper Jones and Todd Helton both having a night. Todd Helton goes to 21st on the career doubles list. Chipper Jones with a home run, his 459th of his career. So, well, Star Wars. And I don't know if you know this, Drew, but today is Star Wars Day because May the 4th be with you.
Wow, Joel.
There you go. There you go.
Joel, you're not getting enough sleep.
I was just wondering where his Star Wars outfit was. He's got a nice coat and tie on.
I don't own one. I'm sorry.
Okay. You've been breaking out some nice shirts, and I've noticed, and I just wanted to pass that along.
I appreciate that, sir. I appreciate it. Noted.
Duly noted. All right, Joel, I can't tell you when we'll check back with you, but at some point, hopefully in the not-too-distant future, after 3 outs and a Rockies rally in the bottom of the 9th. Rafael Betancourt, whenever you're tied or ahead in the 9th inning, you're going to see this man. It'll be an opportunity for Rafael to keep the score right where it is, and he'll face the bottom third of the Atlanta Braves lineup: Eric Hinsky, Jack Wilson, and Matt Diaz.
The ERA went up just a notch the other day in the outing against the Dodgers back on Wednesday, but Rafael has just been what you hoped he would be coming out of spring training. A guy to come into the ball games, keep your club there, not walk anybody. If you're going to beat him, it's going to have to be with the base hit. But his job this half inning, keep it there so the top of the order can start it off for the Rockies and go get him in the bottom of the 9th.
Hinsky 3 hits tonight, single, double, single. Also a strikeout. Ball 1 just beneath the strike zone at 93 miles an hour.
We've seen more changeup, more curveballs this season from Rafael than I think we have in his previous seasons all combined.
Here's the 1-1 to Hinsky. On the ground to second. And Scudero throws out Eric Hinsky. Hey, the Rockies have 7 runs, so make your way to Taco Bell tomorrow throughout the state. Do it between 4 and 6 to get your Rockies taco special. Jack Wilson 0 for 3 and an intentional walk.
Jack, that bunt was going to be a push bunt towards first base. Jonathan Herrera hugging the line, playing in close at third.
And a base hit for Wilson. Now here comes a Brave on his second tour of duty, Matt Diaz. Remember, he was sent to Pittsburgh, and he's always been a valuable 4th outfielder, and they brought him back late last year.
Well, his first tour of duty with the Braves, he would just absolutely own left-handed pitching. And that's why he was a valuable member, where that 4th outfielder, if that tough left-hander was on the mound, he got the start.
it's the same kind of deal this year. Much better against lefties. This is hit to short. Can they turn two? There's one. There's two. Nicely done. Tulowitzki to Scutaro on to help. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth inning. The Rockies looking for just one. And Carlos Gonzalez due up third. Ninth inning, the Rockies had a walk-off win on Wednesday in the bottom of the ninth inning. Looking to make it 2 straight days. They'll have the top of the order. Marco Scutaro, Johnny Herrera, Carlos Gonzalez against one of the toughest lefties in the game, Eric O'Flaherty. He got the final out of the 8th inning. Jason Giambi pinch hitting.
Scutaro 1 for 1. Jonathan Herrera 1 for 1 against O'Flaherty. Scutaro gets on Herrera and bunt him over.
2-0 on Scutaro. Let me ask you a question. I mean, Marco runs decently, but when you have a weapon like Eric Young on your bench, if Scutaro were to reach, knowing Jim Tracy's philosophy that he got from Felipe Alou, do everything you can to win it in 9 innings, would you pinch run EY?
If I wasn't going to bunt the next guy, but if I'm going to bunt Jonathan Herrera, I would bunt Scutaro to second base in case something were to happen.
Well, we'll find out. Base hit Marco Scutaro. Winning run is aboard. And here comes EY. He skips out of the dugout, and he's going to tap Scutaro on the back. And now you put even more pressure on O'Flaherty, on McCann, and on that infield defense.
Yeah, because everybody in the ballpark knows that Eric can take off and steal a base at any time. We've seen throws over to first base get away from the first baseman, from the pitcher, because of the speed of Eric Young Jr. Doesn't matter how many throwovers they're going to do.
But here's a luxury. If EY gets a good read, swipes second base with Herrera still at the plate, now you can move to third.
Right. And that's what Jim's thinking when he goes ahead and puts Eric Young at first base for Scutaro instead of waiting till he got to second base.
There's the bunt. One play for McCann. And EY at second base. And here comes Cargo with Tulowitzki on deck. The Rockies have set the table. Johnny Herrera sacrifices Junior to second.
Gonzalez also puts pressure on Brian McCann behind the plate because O'Flaherty likes to throw sliders to left-handers. The ball gets down into the dirt, kicks away. He's got to hop on it to not allow Eric get to third base.
Cargo 0 for 3 and a walk. High fly ball to right field. Mac Diaz out there. And Junior moves up to third. 2 outs, and Tulowitzki coming up.
Are they going to put Troy on to face Todd?
Yes, they are. They want to go left on left. That's what the book says. But the book may not have been written when 17 was involved. Jim Tracy says in these situations with Cargo, Tulowitzki, Helt, Kadire, pick your poison.
And maybe, you look at this, Freddie Gonzalez is going on a hunch. He just wants to go left on left. Big gamble.
Roger McDowell's going to go out and talk about how to face Helton. Here's Todd's evening. A 2-run single off Tim Hudson his first time up. And then he'd have a double in the 6th inning. 2 for 4.
I mentioned it earlier.
Go ahead.
No, I mentioned it earlier with runners in scoring position. Todd hitting .500 this year, 6 for 12.
And we talk about the depth of this lineup. The other day it played out. Giambi said, "What a wonderful situation. If they pitch to me, great. If they don't, I have Carlos Gonzalez on deck." They pass on Tulowitzki after getting Gonzalez. They have to deal with Todd Helton.
And even if you get 2 strikes on him, he's so good with 2 strikes.
Ball 1 on Todd. The winning run at third in Eric Young Jr. And I'll tell you what, with his wheels, anything in the dirt that scoots just a few feet away, he's going to be coming. 1-1. Crowd waiting to erupt.
Rally caps on.
Bottom of the 9th, tied at 7. Tulowitzki will move up. He's not a stolen base.
But it does eliminate the short throw for an infielder. So if one of the infielders has to go range far either way, it's going to make a longer throw to first.
Two and 1. That was a cut to win the game 10-7.
Drop the back shoulder, try to elevate the baseball.
Todd Helton in his 15th year. And as Casey Stengel once said, you can look it up, one of the best 2-strike hitters of his generation. 2-2. 3-2 with Kadire on deck. That didn't miss by much.
It's Todd Helton at the plate.
Here's the 3-2. And O'Flaherty strikes out Helton. We will go extra innings. Tell you about some of the changes. Chris Nelson's now in the ball game at third. Johnny Herrera flips from third to second with Scutero out of the game. And Josh Hrenicki will take over in the top of the 10th. He is the sixth pitcher used tonight by the Rockies.
14 and third innings for Josh. That leads all Rockies pitchers out of the bullpen this season. He's a guy that can come in for an inning or an out if you need him to, or go longer in the game, and that's why Jim Tracy did the double switch with Chris Nelson in case he has to go a couple innings with Josh Hrenicki.
Michael Bourne, Chipper Jones, Freddie Freeman, the first three in the lineup for Atlanta. They've all had big nights. Bourne, a couple of hits and a walk, a single and a double. Chipper Jones is 3 for 5, including a home run. Freddie Freeman is 4 for 5, including a 2-run homer. And ball one on Michael Bourne. Keep this guy off the bases.
He's like Eric Young Jr. on the bases, that he can steal a base even when everybody knows he's going to try.
This is a tough play. It goes over Helton's head, and Bourne's going to try for 2, and he's going to have himself a double. He's going to have a Baltimore chop double to lead off the 10th inning. Third hit of the night.
Yeah, and Todd's playing close to the line, which is fine, but he has to honor the bunt, so he's closer. If he's back, he has that ball. He flips it to Hrenicki for a 3-1 out. Instead, it goes over the head, and with his speed, turns on the jets and lead-off double.
And even if Kadire comes up with that cleanly, he's not throwing out Bourne.
Not where Michael was playing, because they shifted over for the outfielders, more on the opposite field side.
Here's Chipper. Now, Hrenicki made a good pitch, bad result.
Talked about the Rockies lineup. This is where the Braves lineup is so dangerous. You get Bourne on, you Chipper Jones hitting second, followed by Freeman and McCann.
That misses. 4-pitch walk to Chipper, and here comes Freddie Freeman. Freeman tonight, 2-run home run in the 3rd, single and a run scored in the 5th, double in the 6th. In the 8th inning, he hit one off the right field wall and was thrown out trying to stretch a single into a double. And now Rockies hasn't thrown a strike since Michael Bourne chopped that double to right. 6 straight out of the zone. Caught by Helton. What a play by Todd. What an amazing play by Helton. Otherwise, you're talking about Atlanta at least having an 8-7 lead, maybe 9-7.
And has to reach across his body and dive and snag that line drive. Cat-like reflexes from Todd. He even had the wherewithal to look to second base to see if Bourne had gone too far for the possible double play, but it's smart base running from Michael.
Brian McCann, 1 for 5. 2-run single in the 5th. Rockies have been out hit 17-7. This was Braves team a year ago, very familiar with extra inning ball games. They played 25 of them. They went 14-11. Think about it. Almost 1 out of every 6 games last year was an extra inning affair.
Well, that was their starting staff, and their bullpen kept them in many of those games because their offense wasn't as potent. You think about all the young guys they had in their lineup, they're going to have their ups and downs. But with more experience, they're rolling out more hits and more offense this year. It's been their pitching that's let them down at times this year.
Not what you'd normally associate with the Braves. Here's the 1-1. Now Renick's going to chase Bourne back. Get one on the ground here. Pretty good possibility to turn 2 with McCann at the plate. Brian McCann's father used to be the head coach at Marshall. He and his brother run a baseball facility not far from Atlanta. That's where Ryan works out. One, 2. This isn't hit very hard. Helton's got one play, and that's to Renick, and then he wheels around and checks Bourne. Now you got Dan Uggla with first base open. The pitcher spot is next.
Well, this ball, as you mentioned, was not hit hard enough. Even if Jonathan Herrera calls off Todd, the only play they would have, the only option would get the out at first base. Juan Francisco, the lone left-hander that the Braves have on their bench. If you were to walk Uggla, you would then have right on left.
You know, Uggla is a feast or famine guy. He's a dangerous guy. He hits 30+ home runs every year, but he's never been a real high average guy.
A lot of holes, but if you miss one of those holes, then we saw what happened earlier. He almost hit it out, short off the wall, but he does strike out a ton. He swings like that.
Yeah, well, if you live down there, you're going to be okay on just about any hitter. 0-2.
But especially hard sliders to Ugla, because he's looking for a fastball. If he sees fastball arm action out of the hand, he is swinging. Atlanta just 3 for 15 with runners in scoring position. Let's hope it stays 3 for 16.
If he buries that slider, you got to block it if you're Ramon with Bourne on third. Just like that.
Well, if you call for it, you have to make sure that that ball's not going to skip by you, but see, it almost took the glove off.
1-2. Tim McClellan flinched. 2-2.
Yeah, you have the guts to go back in there again if you're Josh Renicky, or not mess with it. Use that as a setup pitch to go down and away.
Bourne and Jones on, 2 outs in the 10th. And I wouldn't give in here. Not with Francisco on deck. And it's not to disrespect Francisco, but Dan Ugla, a dangerous guy. See if he goes slider here, 3-2. They do, and he strikes him out. Renicky strikes out Ugla with runners at second and third. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th inning, looking for just one. Michael Kadire, Ramon Hernandez, Dexter Fowler. Next. So Michael Kadire will lead it off at the bottom of the 10th. The Rockies threaten to win at the bottom of the 9th. It is 7-7. Drew Goodman, Jeff Hewson, and Jenny Cavnar. Chad Durbin will take over. Rockies have familiarity with Durbin from his days with the Phillies. Last year he was in the American League with Cleveland.
He's also been with Arizona too, and so they've seen him there. 12 major league seasons now for Chad Durbin. Durbin will cut that fastball, curveball, and changeup, but he's not overpowering like he used to be early in his career, where he would be 93, 94 miles an hour. He sits at 87 to 90 now.
Little cutter there, swung on, foul tip, held. It's 0-1. Healthy rip. One and two on Kadire. This is off the end of the bat. Bourne will charge over toward left center and make the catch. They'll bring up Hernandez. All night long, with every pitcher and every hitter, it's been pitch away, play away.
Yeah, they're not going to give you anything to try to pull out of the yard. If you're going to beat me, it's going to have to be taking it the other way. There's a 3 or 4 inches of a bat that's a sweet spot, and that missed by an inch towards the end.
Hernandez. One ball and one strike.
Well, it's even more pronounced with Chad Durbin because he, as I mentioned, he doesn't throw overpowering anymore. So he's going to go away from every hitter.
One out, nobody on for the Rockies.
Ramon does have 3 career walk-off home runs.
Good pitch, 2-2. Durbin last year gave up 12 home runs in only 68 innings. Two outs, Dexter Fowler.
Dexter 3 for 4 against Durbin in his career.
Two and up. Chris Nelson on deck, 3-0 on Dex. And Fowler to first with Nelson coming up. Gives the Rockies an opportunity to utilize the running game, and something Dexter worked on quite a bit throughout spring training, getting better jumps.
Yeah, and trying to get a more explosive jump with that first step. No doubt that Dexter, once he's underway, is one of the best in the game, but it's getting going that's been the problem. Well, smart from Chad Durbin. Dexter was worried about putting that wrist guard on while he was still getting his lead.
Ball one on Nelson.
You're allowed to steal in this game, Tracy. You're allowed to steal. Just to let you know. Send a guy.
Two and nothing. Luis Rosario's come out on deck. The pitcher spot is the top of the Rockies order now. 2 outs in the bottom of the 10th. 7 straight out of the zone. Oddly enough, the Braves outfield isn't really playing no doubles.
Going to try to take away that blue.
Dexter takes off. The throw to second is not in time, but it was ball 4. And again, with kind of delay at home plate, you're not sure. First and second. Runner at first is meaningless. It's all about Dexter Fowler at second. Rosario to pinch hit.
It's a walking jump for Dexter. That Durbin never stopped him, but when you've thrown 7 straight balls, the last thing you're thinking about is the guy at first base.
That looked different.
It was odd.
So Rosario, a chance to be the hero tonight. He has watched for nearly 4 hours. Outside, no, it was in the strike zone. 0-1 on Rosario. Here's what he did against Clayton Kershaw on Wednesday. He took him deep to center field. Cargo hit 2 off of Kershaw. Oh, 0-1 on Rosario. And that's called a strike. Ford strike zone had it a little bit wide of the zone.
But just the way McCann caught it looked awkward.
And it's popped up in the infield. Freddie Freeman coming on. And we will play 11. Tied at 7 at 20th and Blake. Rockies have a new pitcher on the hill we'll tell you about in a moment. Stay connected this season by following Root Sports on Facebook and Twitter. We want to hear from you. Tell us which series you have most enjoyed so far this year. Josh Renicky is scoreless 10th, and now the Rockies will go to Edgemer Escalona, but a change in third base. It'll be Rosario at third, Nelson coming out. And you're saying, boy, that's odd. Why is that? It's just in case Hernandez were to get nicked, you'd have another catcher in the game.
Plus, you have no position players left. You've gone through your whole bench. With Colvin already pinch hitting, Giambi, Eric Young Jr. with the pinch run. So you have to leave him in the game. I mean, it's not only for the catcher, as you mentioned, Drew, if he gets hit, but then you've really in a world of hurt.
Braves go to their bench, and it'll be Tyler Pasternicki, their regular shortstop, the 22-year-old rookie.
Now you have to think about a possible bunt from Tyler with the new third baseman in Rosario.
And he fights it off and drops it into right field. So a pinch single for Pasternicki. Rosario takes ground balls at third. As you look at this base hit,
He was inside and fisted it to right. 1 for 2 as a pinch hitter for Tyler.
he takes ground balls at third. He has never appeared in a game at third base in the minor leagues or obviously the big leagues. But when you get to the 11th inning and there's been 14 runs and 25 combined hits,
double switches,
things happen. Eric Hinsky at the plate.
7th pitcher used by the Rockies tonight. So far 4 by Atlanta.
Atlanta has 3 position players left. Prado, Ross, their backup catcher, and Francisco. This ball's well hit to right center field. And it's gone. Eric Hinsky, who gobbles up right-handed pitching, hits a 2-run home run in the 11th, and it's 9-7 Atlanta.
Believe it or not, the first home run for Hinsky this year, but 8 RBIs. And there was that loud sound you don't like to hear as the opposition. No doubt off the bat of Hinsky.
Jack Wilson hits it in the air to right. Kadyr's got it, 1 out. American League Rookie of the Year. He's mostly been a platoon player in his career, but he's been a good one. He's hit 20-plus home runs on a couple of occasions.
He's played on a lot of playoff teams, too.
Yeah, the playoffs.
There was a streak there for a while. Every club he went to made the playoffs.
Yeah, he's the guy you wanted. He was the good luck charm. Bouncer to third. Rosario. First chance. Look at that play. Are you kidding me? His first big league, forget big league, his first professional chance at third, and he makes the highlight reel.
Yeah, there's no Sunday hop involved with this play. Shorthand on the backhand and the strong throw across the diamond. It just shows how athletic Willeen is.
That's exactly right.
To be able to be a catcher, and then we need you at third base. I know you haven't played there. You're taking ground balls. Make a play. And he did.
7th at bat for Michael Bourne. Braves up 9-7. They have 19 hits. Hensky now hitting .419 this year against righties. One and two. Escalona strikes out Bourne. Damage done. Single by the pinch hitter Tyler Pasternicki. Two-run home run Eric Hensky. At the top of the 11th, the Braves up 9-7. The Rockies will try to rally against one of the best young closers in the game. Last year's unanimous Rookie of the Year in the National League, Craig Kimbrell, who saved 46 games last year. And so far this year, he has coughed just one up. He's 8 of 9.
And those 8 saves are second in the National League. Also an all-star last year, can throw 96 miles an hour.
He has in his career 185 punch-outs in 107 2/3 innings. Won't be 24 till later this month. Third-round pick of the Braves in the 2008 June draft. Out of Wallace State Community College in Alabama. Pretty good third-round pick.
Yeah, and kudos goes to the scout that found him. Beating the bushes out there looking for Kimbrell. 18 strikeouts in a little over 10 innings this year.
Get a guy on for the Thunder behind. Johnny Herrera in front of Cargo, Tulowitzki, and Help. Ball one. Two and 0. Kimbrell mentioned his blown save. It came 2 days ago, Wednesday, in that marathon against the Phillies, 15-13.
That was a game that Roy Halladay started.
3-0. He will walk some people. 55 in 107 innings in his big league career, so about a little better than 4.5 per 9. That's a high mark.
Well, Johnny will take till 2 strikes. He'll take one more, so you're banking he's going to throw another ball before he throws a strike.
And he did. A leadoff walk, and that brings the tying run to the plate, and a guy you want up there. As Freddie Gonzalez looks on, Carlos Gonzalez will hit. What a night for Johnny. Double, punch out, home run, walk, sac bunt, and another walk.
just keeps continuing to be Johnny on the spot, whatever you want to call him. He's in a special place.
Yeah, he's a guy you want on your side. That's who he is. Fargo swings through 96, 0-1. Kimbrel's not big. Kind of the right-handed version of Billy Wagner, listed at 5'11" and about 200 pounds.
That's maybe why he was waited around till the 3rd round. Because right-handers, there's that 6-foot mark that scouts like to use. But he gets that ball out of his glove into home in a hurry.
Out of play, 1-2. Fargo stayed on that at 97. Rally caps are all out.
Different styles too. The complete inside out, halfway on the head.
Went slider and he gets Gonzalez. Fargo's 3rd punch out of the night. 1 out in the 11th. Tulowitzki to the plate.
Well, when a guy's throwing 96, 97 miles an hour, not much reaction time, and if he can throw the sliders, makes it hard on the hitter. You have to start your swing so soon.
Tulowitzki's lined out twice in this game. Two and up. Troy's last home run came 31 ABs ago on this homestand against the Mets. Two and one.
And you know Todd's just saying, give me one more chance.
Back up the middle and past to diving Dan Uggla. Johnny will go 1st to 3rd. Tying run is aboard, and the winning run coming up in the person of Todd Helton.
It's about time Troy caught a break after a couple of lineouts in this ball game. This time found the hole past the diving Dan Uggla.
Helton's already had a couple of dramatic shots this year. What's one more?
I'm all for it. 1 for 2 against Kimbrel in his career.
Todd hits that gap in right center field. There's no question Tulowitzki would score.
And also as deep as Diaz is playing in right field. jersey's almost got some paint on it. He's that close to the wall.
Here's the 0-1. 1-1. Against the Mets to tie up the game. That made it 4-4 in the 8th. This ball is fouled off down the left field line. Remains 1-2. Rockies still with just 8 hits in this game. We're in the 11th. This is up the middle, and Ugla has one play. That's the first. Tulowitzki was moving. Dan Ugla gets the second out, and now with a run across, Tulowitzki on a base hit would tie it. Michael Kadire coming up.
And this wasn't as easy a play as it looked. It was hit hard, but also where Brian Runge, the second base umpire, is standing. He had to get out of the way. And then you're looking as a shortstop or a second baseman, where's that ball? Well, it went right between his legs.
Kadire, an RBI single way back in the first inning when the Rockies took a 5-0 lead. That's a strike as well, 0-2. Tulowitzki at second. .98 on that fastball. That is rushing it up there.
Well, and also the location. Just off the plate enough to make it look enticing. Michael didn't bite.
One-two count on Kadire. Yeah, that's what Michael Kadire is trying to do. Keep calm. Slowly hit to short. Wilson just did get Kadire, and the Braves win it 9-8 in 11. Disappointing loss for the Rockies in that they held a 5-0 lead after one. Typically, it's the Rockies who've fallen behind early. Not tonight. The Rockies had the early lead, a big lead, and they could not hold it. They lose in 11, 9-8. Durbin gets the win. Escalona takes the loss. Kimbrel is ninth save. Tonight's delivery of the game is brought to you by Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery. Guys, visit jimmyjohns.com to find a location near you. Eric Hinsky in the top of the 11th with a man aboard against Escalona. Hit one out to right center field. The difference in the ball game. Our Jimmy John's delivery of the game. So Atlanta wins it 9-8. Chipper Jones had a big day. The Rockies fall a game south of 500, 12-13. The Braves improve to 16-11. The Toyota postgame show is next.